He's like, I am Seymour. I'm so not evil. Welcome back, everybody. Music of the Year continues, pressing onward. Today we have two more super awesome special guests. And, of course, joining me is my perennial co-host.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Argyros, and we have lots of music today.
We do have lots of music today, courtesy of formerly Square Enix Music Online, now Game Music Online, our pal, Don Kotowski.
Hello, everyone. How's it going?
Fantastic, Don. Thank you for being here with us. Also joining us, my illustrious blue glowy Jedi predecessor at RPG Fan Music, the one, the only, the invincible Iron Pat Gann.
Hate leads to suffering.
Wait, is he the Obi-Wan to your Luke Skywalker?
I'd prefer that because I don't want him to be the Qui-Gon Jinn to my Obi-Wan Kenobi because he'll get impaled and be in a dumb movie.
Yeah, I really don't want to be Liam Neeson unless it's in Taken. Dumb action is what I'm all about.
Dumb action is my life.
Yeah.
Speaking of not so dumb action, we have some picks here from you all. Thank you for, again, joining us with your selections for the best of 2014. You guys, I have a lot of respect for both of your selections. You know far more about game music than I do, and so you always show up and bring things that I wouldn't think of. So that trend is continued here. So, Dawn, I believe you picked the first track, which is one I'm familiar with, but...
Yes, I did. I chose the Revolving Wheel of Fate from Memoria, the arranged album dedicated to the very best of Yoko Shimomura. And the reason I chose it was because I like how much more dramatic this arrangement is compared to the soundtrack version.
Most definitely. And then, Pat, you had our second track in the block.
Yeah, I took from the album Prescription for Sleep, Game Music Lullabies, which is an arranged album from Scarlet Moon Records. That album is all just piano and saxophone, and they did an arrangement of Song of the Ancients from my favorite game of the last decade, which is Nier, and they make it sound so good. I mean, you can't not sound good with that melody, but I really like this arrangement of it.
Yeah, they did. They definitely did justice to it. We had Jason on earlier, and we talked about Prescription for Sleep. But all right, for our first block, we got Revolving Wheel of Fate from Memoria and Song of the Ancients from Prescription for Sleep. So Don, obviously I tell everybody this, and anyone who listens to the show knows I'm just a giant sucker for Yoko Shimomura. And Memoria is an interesting album because I think, and probably intentionally, it's very different from Dramatica. I would say, if I'm speaking purely, if I'm getting objective about it, I think Dramatica is maybe the better album, but I think there's a lot of really interesting and unique sound on Memoria. But the Revolving Wheel of Fate is interesting because I think it's actually sort of more in the line of Dramatica style tracks where it's a little more dramatic, a little fuller. I think it's not quite as poppy as some of the Memoria material, but I really do like this track.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm not the biggest fan of the non-orchestral tracks on this. Well, let me rephrase it. I'm not the biggest fan of the non-orchestral main tracks. The bonus tracks are all fine because the one from whatever that game is, Demon Score or something.
Yeah,
that one I really enjoy. But yeah, as far as the pop or synth rock goes, I think those kind of stick out as sore thumbs on the album, just because you go from 2 orchestral tracks in the beginning to, oh, what's this? This is
what is yeah. No, I agree.
It's just the and I know a lot of people think that those tracks should have just been excluded, but I mean, I don't think they should be excluded. I'm just not a big fan of them.
Yeah, we actually played one of them on the show, and Derek and I had a conversation where he actually really didn't like them either, and I sort of did, but it's one of those cases where I can absolutely appreciate why somebody might not like that, because it is very different from what's on the rest of the album. I feel like they would have made better bonus tracks almost, but they're so different from, for example, this track we just listened to, that I think it does it's jarring.
They're palate cleansers.
That's an interesting way to look at it.
Very diplomatic.
Very diplomatic.
I try.
They could have produced more music. Hideaways could have just done their own tribute album to Shimomura, and I would have happily bought it.
I think those 3 tracks in general probably would have been better off on an SQ album, even though those are of varying quality. But I think they fit more in that category.
Yeah, I think the song that we're talking about is good. I don't think Heroes of Mana is really worthy of such goodness, and that was true with Dramatica as well. Heroes of Mana is, in my opinion, a terrible game. It's got all the things Mana tends to have: great artwork, great music, and bad everything else. Legend of Mana
recently, anyway.
Yeah, recently. Legend of Mana and everything before is fine. Anyway, Revolving Wheel of Fate, I think, is that the opener for that game, or is it the end credits?
No, I think it's something towards the end, but not... Because it plays before the final battles.
Yeah.
As far as at least in terms of soundtrack order. Yeah, I've never played the game.
Yeah, I got halfway through and gave up. It gets really hard, actually.
What's interesting, too, is I remember that came out right in that period of time where Square was doing games like that. They did Revenant Wings, Final Fantasy XII, which I actually thought was really good.
I thought Revenant Wings was good,
too. It was really good.
But then, Heroes of Mana is, on the surface, it seems like it's almost the same concept. It's just terrible.
Well, Heroes of Mana came out before Revenant Wings. I feel like they experimented and then figured out how to make it good later.
Poor Mana.
I'm selfishly happy it worked that way instead of the other way around.
Caitlin is our resident FF12 singer of praises.
It's my favorite Final Fantasy, and don't you be judging me for that.
I won't judge you. I will continue to judge that game's terrible ending. I'll call it a non-ending, actually.
That is not a complaint I've ever heard about that game. That's interesting.
Really? I mean,
no.
When Matsuno had his nervous breakdown and left, the team didn't know how to finish it, so they were just like, "Well, we got this far. Let's wrap it up with them fighting Vayne and never doing anything." Matsuno was out around the time they had finished them meeting all the, what are they called? The ethereal,
the Valkyria.
Yeah.
Yeah, they that should be the issue. You and Venant and Vayne all agree that they are wrong, and you forge your own destiny, and so you prove it by fighting each other. Isn't that what they predicted? That oh, so stupid. You guys should team up and go take down the douchebag judges. I know this is so far from what we're supposed to be talking about.
We are off topic.
But it's just a terrible ending, and then it's just like, oh, Ash is sad forever, and Vaughn was never important, as we all know. Like, it's a non-ending. The only character that matters in the end is Balthier, let's face it.
He's the only one who matters in my heart.
Because he's the
Sid
hero.
was his dad. He is the hero.
He's the consummate hero.
The main character, right?
Speaking of the main character of this podcast, Song of the Ancients Near is a great main character, too. If, the music were the main character.
Well, the main character of that song is Norihiko Hibino, who is the saxophone soloist and the guy behind the Prescription for Sleep album lineup. They have 2 previous albums that are original compositions, and they're meant to be sort of new age, peaceful, relaxing albums. And so this was the first one that went into game music. And again, Song of the Ancients already had, just on the original soundtrack, there were 4 iterations. There was Devola's version, Popola's version, and then the 2 of them singing together in the tavern, and then the 2 of them singing together for their battle sequence, which you get different tempos, you get different melodies and counter melodies. Like, each version's a little different. So just there you get 4 versions, and then there's different arrangements on the different arranged albums. There's the piano collection. I mean, there's lots of versions of this song, and I feel like for Prescription for Sleep, they just really stripped it down. The piano part, actually, the piano comp work in the background, and then the little solo that he gets is really nice. But the sax taking the lead melody that I think would have been Devola's to sing. I might have that right. I'd have to check. But he sticks more with the melody that comes in earlier than the one that, like, da-na-na, and then the second person goes da-na, right? You gotta, right, one person comes in on 1 and the other person comes in on 3. And I think he sticks with the person who comes in on 1, and I think that's Devola. This is real near nerd trivia right here. Hey,
that's what I got you here for. You know it. You're the expert.
He holds the melody really nicely. I feel like he holds the notes slightly longer than the vocalist, because you can't do as much expression with the sax as you can with your own voice. So he has to find other ways to compensate, and I think the best way you do that is by just being a little more rubato, just spreading the notes out and being a little more flexible with what you do with the rhythm of the notes themselves, and I think he does it very well.
That's a much better explanation than the one-word comment I wrote, which was saxophone, because of how good the saxophone is. So, yeah. I think you have explained that much better than I could have.
I'm sure Hibino-san would love that you said saxophone. Give you a hug.
That album as a whole is great, because we did a whole episode on sleepy themes, and it was all sort of inspired by that. And I agree with what you said. I really feel like they took the melody and did a great job sort of parsing it for a different instrument that's very different from the human voice, and it comes across really well here. And yeah, I guess the best
no saxophones on that OST, so it's interesting to have that be a lead.
Yeah, most definitely.
Can I also just say that I like having these 2 tracks back to back, because they're, I mean, obviously, different composers, different styles, but they sound kind of like they're similar. They're both kind of melancholy, and yet they also are really distinct.
Yeah, they have a very somber tone to them.
Yeah, like just like the strings in Rolling Wheel of Fate versus the sax in Song of the Ancients. It's a nice sort of distinction, and yet they both kind of still have that feel of sadness to them.
We're starting out sad, because by the end we're going to be crazy.
Yeah.
We're going to be happy. It's all awesome music.
Happy like Riki. Hero Pon happy.
Sticky, sticky.
Don, what were you going to say about the song?
Yeah, I was going to digress from your opinions, because I can. I appreciate what the album is going for, but most of it, since I don't listen to music while I sleep, is a little too soft jazz for me. I mean, I appreciate what they do, but I don't really like it.
I think that's perfectly legitimate to have that as a not a complaint, but as a beef, which is basically just another word for complaint, whatever. But no, I agree. It's sort of like, you have that, what is it? There's like a Final Fantasy XI music box album. From a technical standpoint, I respect that album, but do I want to listen to it? No.
Yeah, that's when I listen to music, I want something more engaging overall, and I don't really feel that with this album, but
Yeah,
This is just one opinion.
This is an album that is there to help you let go, and if you try to engage it, you'll just find yourself bored and want to go on to another activity. And I've noticed it just having been friends with Don for so long. Don, you do tend to really enjoy engaging music, and I know you were the one that introduced me to Cave, all of their games, all the composers.
I would call their stuff engaging.
Yeah, I mean, they really...
Very active.
Yeah, and I mean, electronica in general, you know, Shinji Hosoe and Super Sweep and all of that, I think that says a lot about your preference in music.
No, I mean, I don't exclusively listen to electronic music.
Well, yeah, I mean, you picked Revolving Wheel of Fate. You obviously have a diverse taste for music, but I do think...
but yes, I do like things that are a little more...
Activity is something that your ears and your brain really like. Like, you really like a lot of layering and dynamic variation, and that's just something I've noticed about. I mean, and in your writing, all the reviews you've done, it's something I've picked up as well.
Yeah, you wouldn't be wrong there.
I'm with Don on that one. I mean, I like this album too, but I'm definitely a little more on the angle of I don't want to say exciting, because this is not exciting, but, you know, active music is a good term for it.
I drink chamomile tea and read self-help books, so this album is like right up my alley.
Very mellow for that. It's good backdrop. It's backdrop music.
We're doing a lot of soul searching in this segment.
I know, you guys are making it real. Gosh.
I do. Soul searching is all I do these days.
Nothing wrong with that.
Job.
Speaking of your full-time job, soul searching, you picked the next track, which is absolutely...
Austin Wintory could have been a one-hit wonder with Journey. I was nervous that he would be. And to take on Banner Saga as his next major project was a bit of a risk. The individuals in the studio had good credentials. They had worked for BioWare previously. But there was no guarantee that the game itself would be good, and there was no guarantee that Austin was going to have a repeat success. And while the soundtrack to the Banner Saga is a completely different animal than the soundtrack to Journey,
oh yeah,
there's no question in my mind that what he wrote and what he did with Banner Saga is absolutely incredible. And so I chose a short track right near the end of the OST called "We Are All Guests Upon the Land." That probably my favorite track on the album. The one before it as well, that's like this big 10-minute medley. Both of those, like the two of them go hand in hand for me, but I really like this last one. It's not quite a dirge. It is a very reflective and soul-searching kind of theme, actually. The title just sounds very... You would expect a Native American to say it over a Viking, but I suppose they could all say it. And
it fits the end of the game too, I think.
It fits the game, and I'd like to say that it fits a stance and a position of humility when mankind looks upon itself against the backdrop of the world and says, maybe we are not our own greatest good. That's a dangerous statement to make, but you put it to music like this, and that pill is a little easier to swallow, I think.
That's a very thoughtful introduction for this track. I like it, Pat. And Don, speaking of the end of games, what do we have from you, Don?
Well, it's I would say almost the exact opposite in tone.
Yes, it is.
It is the guest track from the Etrian Odyssey-inspired Persona game, composed by the composer for Etrian Odyssey, and it follows the themes of his boss themes in terms of naming, disturbances, the one called from Beyond. And what I really like about this track is that it has that Etrian Odyssey flavor, but it also has that Atlas, like Shin Megami flavor as well.
Yeah, definitely has a strong Persona vibe. And we'll talk more about it after, but I definitely agree with you there. So coming up next, we've got We Are All Guests Upon the Land, and then Disturbances, the one called from Beyond. So I've played Banner Saga music on the show before because I'm a huge fan of the game and the music. It was the third place, if you want to say I used places. I sort of didn't in my game of the year. I think that game is flirts as close to perfection as a game has in a while, for a lot of reasons, particularly artistically. How it looks and sounds are sort of key to how it puts its experience together. The way all that stuff sort of synthesizes is just amazing, and that entire game is just suffused with this incredible sense of melancholy. Like the game is gray, and not in a like this is bland and uninteresting gray, but gray as in it's never quite happy. And I think that's the part of the tone, and the storyline also sort of feeds into the track of this title. We are all guests upon the land, and so I would say I have nothing but good things to say about this track. I think in particular, I really like the vocals. I think they capture the sense of this group of people you have together so well in the tone of this like Viking, Norse, Nordic thing that they have going on, because it's sort of a fusion of all those things. And the song just captures that perfectly.
This is going to sound weird, but I kind of get like Western, like, the movie style Western vibes from it. I don't know if it's just like the melody that kind of feels like what you'd hear in a spaghetti Western, or if it's the percussion and some of the instrumentation. I
think it is the drums, because the Westerns would use like drums that go kind of Native American, and again, I think there is a strong Native American thing going on with this song.
Yeah, I could see that. It has like a sort of a frontiersy feel to it.
Yes, it is frontiersy. I very much imagine a cold night, a fire, a big old blanket, and me just huddled with the other survivors crying. Like that's how I feel. Like we're happy we're alive, but oh shit, we've been through it.
That's not far from what it is. So
yeah,
I think it's eliciting the appropriate response.
That sounds like real life,
doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, we're getting way too depressing here.
Oh boy.
Soul searching, remember? Soul searching.
Well, good news, guys. I'm not gonna diverge from your opinions this time.
Right.
I haven't heard all of the Banner Saga, but what I have heard, I've really enjoyed. I didn't get so much a Western feel, but I did kind of get a medieval vibe, especially with the vocals.
Yeah, definitely.
And it was definitely a very reflective theme, as has already been touched upon. And I just think that the whole performance, from the instruments to the vocals, are top notch. But I wouldn't expect anything less.
Most definitely. Speaking of not expecting anything less, Yuzo Koshiro is the man, and he brings it all the way to Persona Q. Disturbances, One Call from Beyond. That song is just... That whole soundtrack, we've already played a ton of tracks from it. I'm sure we're going to be playing more, Caitlin. And,
you know it.
I think with good reason. That's a really great... and again, I don't want to repeat myself from earlier segments, but it's new Persona music that also seems like it fits into the canon of Persona 3 and 4, which themselves are very different sounds. But there's this sort of common thread that runs through them. So that makes it, to me, all the more impressive that Koshiro not only captured his own sound here and his own, the types of themes that he makes use of, but also made it fit into that sort of Persona canon of music.
Yeah, I would agree. It reminds me more of the Devil Summoner music, because that's very, I would say, sax kind of. At least the games I remember, there was a lot of battle themes that had that kind of sax sound to it.
Like not quite jazzy, but like smooth. That's definitely that's the Devil Summoner vibe I always got.
Yes, but then mixed in with like the awesome rock lead melody, and the intro is just straight up Shin Megami style.
Yeah, it reminds me of I think it's the Almighty from Persona 4.
Yes, it reminds me of one of those, very much so. But the performances all around are spectacular, and I absolutely love that guitar solo.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Here's to hoping Etrian Odyssey 5 gets released this year, which I suspect that it will, but it's too early to actually mention or get any info because they just released the second game's remake. So all they have now is just have a teaser site.
I got really excited for a second because you said they released the second game's remake, and I was like, in the U.S.?
No, not yet. No, I'm still waiting on that.
Oh man, that one, and then I'm really hoping after 5 we get a remake of 3 because, oh boy, 3 is amazing, musically especially.
Yes, I would. It would be very interesting to see how he takes those themes because Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2 are much more relaxing in terms of their dungeon themes, and I think that the style of music that he's used for both of the games has translated very well to the original music, but the original music in 3 is a whole different beast. And on that same aside, I kind of hope that Etrian Odyssey 5 follows along those footsteps, because at least from the backdrop image, it looks like we're going to have a really diverse set of locales to discover.
That series just keeps getting better, and I am consistently amazed at how long Koshiro has been prolific and how he's managed to really sort of keep his music so fresh. I mean, I when I was but a wee lad playing Etrian Odyssey for the first time and had no idea who Koshiro was, I was like, I didn't realize there was this 20-year history to his music already.
Yeah.
And he's so diverse. He's reinvented his style, I feel like. Because, there are things that, for me, I can identify in Koshiro, like in this track, but you go back and listen to some of his stuff from like 20 years ago, and it's so interesting to hear like how it's evolved from there.
No, absolutely. And as an aside, again, I'm calling it now. I would almost bet real money that we're going to the moon as either the bonus dungeon or whatever in Etrian Odyssey 5. Mark my words. There's 2 moons in that image. Why?
Because one of them is the final dungeon or a bonus dungeon. I read into
things too much, so I don't know. And it looks like that building could be a spaceship also, but
I'm so down with that. Imagine if your transport was a spaceship. You went to like different planets or something. That'd be awesome.
Oh my god, that would be
Etrian Odyssey in space.
Spacey and Odyssey. Well, that would give him a lot of flexibility musically and artistically too. Like the whole team,
Oh yeah, definitely.
Sort of like how Mario Galaxy gave them license to go bananas with like Donut World and stuff. Although they did that in Mario World, so I guess it's not that out of...
Oh, yes!
Speaking of things I want to hear about, I don't know what Sokai Buccaneers is, but it seems like you have picked your next track from it, Don. Could you possibly introduce my heathen self to that?
Yes. It is a visual novel for the PS Vita, and as you might suspect, it's pirate-themed. I don't know much more about it,
Ahoy!
To be honest, because it's, as most visual novels, a Japanese, only type of game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's composed by this studio. It's not the greatest soundtrack, compared to what else we're showing, but this track I really enjoyed.
Excellent. Don is diversifying it up in here because
I did it last year, too. I chose a track that probably no one has ever heard of.
That's why we love you, Don. Well, one of the reasons. Speaking of things we love, Pat, what did you pick from?
I did track 3 from the soundtrack for A Bird's Story, which is the spiritual successor and seems to be setting up for a much larger narrative in the universe of To the Moon and the folks there from Kongao and Freebird Studio. The song is called Yesterday Reversed because the track before it is Yesterday Not Reversed, but I like the reverse effect on this track.
Excellent. Well, let's go ahead and take a listen to Going to the Sea from Sokai Buccaneers and Yesterday Reversing from A Bird Story. So this track is really interesting. I've been wanting to sort of delve more into visual novel music lately, and Dawn is always very helpful with that. Ever since I played VLR in 999, I was sort of, which is Shinji Hosoe, and I was, I really love the music in those games. It's such an interesting type of gameplay to have to score music for, and so it's not to say that some visual novel soundtracks don't have this come to the forefront sound to them, but they have a very, at least the ones by Hosoe that I've heard, have a very particular quality of, accompanying other activities like puzzle solving or reading, that have this really strong narrative effect. Like Morphogenetic Sorrow from 999 is amazing when you pair it with what happens in the finale of that game. And this is really interesting because this is, to me, stylistically very different from what I'm familiar with when it comes to visual novel music. It's very like live band performance. Like, there's that guitar in the middle that I really like, and that whole build up towards the end that just really sort of, I'd be interested to see the words that it accompanies, is sort of what I'm trying to say, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I'm not quite sure how it works in game either, but a lot of visual novels have lots of styles that even when I was unfamiliar, I wouldn't say I'm an expert in the visual novel soundtrack field, that you don't expect. I'm like, what? This sounds like an RPG battle theme. Why? There's no battles. Why does this need to be in it?
Yeah, exactly. That's like, you'll hear a song and I'm like, this is so intense.
Yeah, it's not what I expect to hear. A lot of the visual novels I played, the music is okay, but it's kind of just meant to be in the background. It's not supposed to be special or, take your attention away from what you're reading or what's being said. But this is like a showcase piece in some ways.
Absolutely. And then we sort of run in the opposite direction with yesterday. I'll be totally honest, reverse music terrifies me. I don't know why. I think it's because back in middle school, I watched some internet flash video that was like, look for the hidden object. And, the first one's like a weird hidden object. Second one's like a lamp upside down that looks like somebody's underwear. The third one is like sort of inscrutable, and then it screams and shows a bunch of corpse pictures and plays Cradle of Filth. And so it terrified me to death, and it was using reversed music. So maybe it's just my subconscious kicking in. But it's interesting that this would actually be on the soundtrack. I haven't played A Bird Story yet, but it's interesting that they would have both a reversed and a forward version of the track on the actual album. And this is early in the album, too. This is like track 2 or 3, isn't it?
Yeah, it's essentially part of the game's prologue. And it's just setting the stage for... the game has no dialogue. There's no words. You just walk around and the visuals are your cue.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Within the first 5 minutes, Kangao tells you quite a bit about who this little boy is and what's going on in his life. And that music, both forward and reverse, are really essential for conveying the mundaneness of being a little kid that goes to school every day and comes home and his parents don't ever get home till he's already asleep, so he fixes his own dinner and he's just so lonely. Yeah, are you crying yet?
It sounds depressing. Oh my god.
It gets better and then it gets a lot worse.
Oh boy.
I love the song. I understand that some people get really freaked out by the reverse thing. I love that sound. I loved it in the Inception soundtrack.
Yeah, I was indifferent towards the track, but I think I'm not averse to it. I don't know what the original sounds like, so I can't appreciate it as much.
Yeah, it's kind of my problem too.
Yeah, I'm actually going to have to go back and listen because I've listened to the Bird Story soundtrack, a very cursory listen, and I should listen to yesterday just because I would like to have that sort of reference because it's like there's this interesting melody hiding in the reversed version that my terror is preventing me from sort of latching onto.
It's an interesting concept. Does it actually play in reverse in the game too?
There comes a time in the game where basically all your inputs get locked. Whether you're holding forward or up or down or backward, no matter what you're pressing, you're going to walk backwards. And during that whole sequence, the backwards music happens.
Well, at least it makes sense in that term. It makes sense and why it would fit in the game.
Yup.
But it's a very interesting idea, even if it comes out kind of sounding a little creepy. One of the things I love to do with like the original Little Big Planet would be the player created stages where you move your character and it plays like a well-known video game song, and I would go to the end and then I would go backwards because it would activate in reverse just to hear what some of my favorite tracks sounded like. And sometimes they would be weird and creepy, kind of like this, and sometimes they would actually make sense as songs in reverse, and that I always thought that was kind of cool.
That is an interesting anecdote, yeah.
Didn't they do that with one of the Zelda tunes and then incorporate the backwards melody into a actual song?
That sounds like something they would have done in Majora's Mask.
I think it was in Skyward Sword, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know.
I should know that. That's the only 3D Zelda I've beaten.
It's the only one I haven't played.
I'm a shameful human.
Aren't you still working on Wind Waker?
Yes, but then that's my favorite one, too, which just makes it all the more terrible that I haven't finished it. On the same note of finishing it, let's go ahead and introduce the last block of tracks we get for today, which I believe, Pat, you have the first one.
I'm in like a state of anger that no one else seems to love this as much as I do. Maybe it's just the name that throws people off. Rebirth 2 Sen Saga Battle Orange album. The titling got stupid.
The name admittedly makes me shy away from it sometimes because I'm like, I can never search this thing because there's way too many pieces of grammar in there.
So basically what this album is composer Kenji Ito was like, hey, everyone in the current lineup of Falcom's JDK band, come make a rock arrange album with me. And they were like, okay. And then later he was like, that was fun, let's do it again. And they were like, oh yeah, and this time, let's not limit ourselves to the Romancing Saga trilogy, let's hit some other titles in the series. And they did. And in my opinion, they should just do an entire album for the first Saga Frontier, which never got its own arrange album back in its heyday in the mid to late 90s. On Rebirth 2, Sen, they did 3 battle themes from Saga Frontier. The one we're going to listen to is Standard Battle 5. For Saga Frontier nuts, you know how this works, but for the rest of you who don't know, there are 5 standard battle themes, and then each of the 7 characters have a final battle theme. So the game has 12 battle themes. They should just get a rock band together and do all of them and release an album. But at least they got us Battle 1, Battle 5, and then it was either Amelia's or Acelis's final battle theme. So Battle 5 is really, really good, and the production value is just...
This album is one of my favorites of the year. It's not my favorite, but it's up there. I think...
Yeah, it's a really good one, and I know we have a zillion Falcom listeners, so guys, go listen to this. Really? What's wrong with you? And then, Don, last track of the day, what do you got?
My last track of the day is from a series that I'm also not familiar with. That's a common theme with me. I listen to more game music than I actually play games.
Story of life.
But it's from the recently released Arno Surge game. And it is also a battle theme. It's the final battle theme. And it's very interesting for a final battle theme, but again, a lot of the games in the Arno Tonalico and Ciel No Surge and this game have very interesting music for their battle themes at times. But I think this one has amazing production value and compositional quality, and I blame that, or not blame, but
attribute it.
Attribute, yeah.
Blamely attribute.
Attribute it to Kenji Kawai, the famed composer who did Folklore, or Folk Soul, as you might know it as in Japan, and then also a lot of animes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I was actually, that was the first time I heard this composer was in Folklore, and I didn't even know who the composer was, but it was really great stuff. And we actually, we had Zach Reese on earlier from RPG Set, and he brought a track from Arno Surge, and that game just has a rad soundtrack in general. But let's save the chatter for after we listen. So coming up, we have Battle 5 from Saga Frontier and Ratio Reincarnation. So I was telling everyone while we were listening to this track that I'm sort of trying to rediscover the Saga Frontier music because I owned the game as a kid and I played a lot of it, or what felt like a lot of it. I'm sure as an adult it wouldn't seem like that much, but it has this really interesting collection of sort of eclectic music. And the idea that the Falcom team would take to this music is really cool to me. And I sort of wish I had given this album more attention this year because it is really cool. I'm not the biggest Falcom fan in the world. I respect a lot of their work, but to me, I've said this 100,000 times, not going to say it again. But this track in particular, I really like this sort of combination of that original Ito sound with the Falcom wow wow thing they got going on.
I liked hearing you say that.
Everything, or just the guitar riff part?
All of it.
Good. What do you think of it?
I have a hard time saying it's my favorite track on the album. I think I put it on here because it's the one I thought would best represent the album and hopefully get people paying attention to it. Just having these 3 songs on Rebirth 2 Sen makes up for it. And then the other songs, there's one from Saga 2 and there's more Romancing Saga trilogy stuff, which is really good. So it's all worth listening to. But I think Battle 5 is just it just hits you right from the beginning and it doesn't let up. So that's why I like it.
Hits you from the beginning and doesn't let up is how I would describe a lot of the work Falcom participates in. But, I agree with you. The album itself is well worth listening to. I don't know that I've listened to it enough to have a favorite yet, but I do like this one a lot.
Yes, I also enjoy this track a lot. It's not my favorite on the album, but my favorite does come from the Saga Frontier set of 3, and that's the last battle of Celis.
Yeah,
oh, that's such a good song.
If I hadn't picked this track, I would have picked that track, because that one is also crazy good.
But yeah, it has a nice synth rock sound to it, and I think the Falcon JDK band works wonders with this style of music. It's what they're known for.
Most definitely. Roskill Reincarnation. We've talked a little bit about not Artanelico, Arno Surge a little bit already on the Music of the Year show when Zach brought a track from it. But it's Gust Sound Team is just I feel like I have done a wrong by not listening to more of their music because it's all so good. And especially the vocals in this one, a lot of JRPGs use dramatic choirs and vocals to sort of for the finale effect, ever since Sephiroth and the Latin choir thing in there, I feel like it's sort of become a trope almost. But I'm always impressed when somebody can use the voices in sort of an interesting way as their own instrument, because that's how I would describe it here. It's basically its own instrument, and that it carries all throughout. I mean, it's a major part of the song. This is not a backing vocal, I would say. And it captures a really interesting sort of vibe for it.
Yeah, the vocal tunes on all these soundtracks in the Arno series, they're all usually composed by special guests and not the Gust Sound Team themselves.
Oh, okay.
The singer that you hear in the beginning at the very hymnal part, she's been a mainstay for a while. Her name's Akiko Shikata. But
yeah, she's been around the longest of the 3 that I would identify as the key. Like, it's her and Haruka Shimatsuki and Noriko Mitose, but Akiko Shikata has sort of become like the face of the Tenelico / Arno Surge world.
I know Shimotsuki. She did the vocal theme from Radiant Historia. Woo!
And you said Shimotsuki? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she also sang in the opening theme to Atelier Iris 3.
Yeah.
Which was composed by Bravely Default's Revo.
Really?
Yeah.
Just the theme was, yeah.
Yeah, the main theme was just the main theme.
Okay. That's interesting. I had no idea.
Now you know.
We love Revo on Rhythm Encounter. Revo is a fan, right, Caitlin?
Yes.
Oh, I know.
If we could, we'd play every track from that soundtrack. Although we probably have, if we look back on things.
Don introduced me to him. Sorry.
I wish I could have introduced you personally, but I haven't even done that yet.
Someday.
He's kind of reclusive.
I may not. Yeah, he's very reclusive from what I hear. And if I ever got a chance to meet him, I don't know if I would live to tell the tale.
Maybe I don't want you to meet him.
He'd die happy.
I'm hopefully moving to Japan, so if you need a place to stay to go to one of his concerts, you're welcome to come visit.
Oh my God, I would
I'm going too, but
of course, heartbeat. I would in a heartbeat. That's on my bucket list.
I want to go to one of those shows so badly. They are just bananas.
Yeah, but back on topic of the track, I really like the progression of this one. It starts out as like a very hymnal type of track, and then it just gets more. It keeps the same tone, but it gets more vibrant, especially with the Tokyo Philharmonic Choir in the background.
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to think of the right word to articulate sort of how I feel about it, but like the last part of the track reminds me of almost like one of the Fire Emblem anthems from Smash Brothers. Like, I don't know why, but the melody is just so evocative of that to me.
I was having a conniption listening to this because I knew I had heard something very similar to this before, but I couldn't place it. And then I realized Kenji Kawai does a lot of anime, and I've watched some of the anime and the movies that he scored, and it sounds a lot like that.
Interesting. It seems like, you always learn what you don't know. That's the true wisdom, I guess, knowing what you don't know. But there are so many, like, it feels like lately especially, so many anime composers that are contributing to games, like, one or two tracks or many tracks. And, Sawano, Xenoblade Chronicles X, woo!
Apparently, I don't know if it's true or not, but I read that the soundtrack for that was finished in 2012.
For Xenoblade Chronicles?
Yeah, X.
What?
Wow. That's crazy. I mean, I guess,
Wow.
They plan out, they know where stuff is
I read it
gonna
on VGMDB, so on his artist like topic blog. So I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't remember seeing like a link to it. But if that's the case, it's probably been in production for a while. And he's a very busy man, I can imagine.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I had no idea.
But I don't know if that little tidbit of information is true. So
maybe it'll come out in the future.
To jump back a bit, it's interesting to talk about the sort of, I guess, anime and video game soundtracks and how they are influencing each other or maybe merging a little bit. It seemed like for a while you could really split the two up, and you could say, oh, this is an anime soundtrack, oh, this is a video game soundtrack. And now it's it's not as easy to say, oh, that's anime, that's game. This would have sounded, I would have thought that this could be an anime track and not something from a game from listening to it.
That's an interesting argument to make. I mean, I wouldn't say I wholeheartedly disagree with it, but it's interesting because I feel like earlier JRPG music was especially inspired by anime. I feel like a lot of the composers did sort of look to anime, the sort of format for the music to anime, and that's not something that I have researched or have anything, factual to back up with, but I sort of feel like that's why, JRPG music on the whole has a very different melodic slant to it than a lot of Western RPG music, which is very ambiance. That's not obviously not universally true, but generally I think it's a little more common that way.
Well, maybe it has something to do with how the chipsets and synths have radically advanced in the last couple of decades, from old 16-bit sets to what we have now on current gen systems.
Yeah, like it's totally different. Like now it's like you could just have a song from an anime in a game. You don't, like, look at a Tales game. I mean, most Tales games, the intro song wouldn't be out of place in an anime. Mm-hmm. What an interesting discussion your track has inspired, Don.
Oh, I know. And these days, a lot more composers are doing animes, like game composers, like Super Sweep. Super Sweep composed the anime this year. No Game, No Life.
Really?
Yeah. It sounds very Super Sweep, electronic, very game-like, because the premise of the game is, the anime is video games, so why not?
I need to check that out. I love Super Sweep.
I didn't know about that. I want to check it out too.
Well, I think that is as good a time as any for us to wrap up. As always, Caitlin, thank you for being here tonight. And Pat and Don, you guys are perennial guests. Pat was here. Pat and Don both were here on the very first pilot episode of Rhythm Encounter. So I'm always happy to have you both back. And your picks were excellent. And thank you very much for being here.
Anytime.
I like to think when he and I get together, we become the cave team. Do, Don, Patchy.
You're lucky I approve of terrible puns.
Yay!
I may or may not be doing the Patrick Stewart facepalm right now, but I'm not.
don't Don't tell me one way or the other. I'm just gonna.
I said I'm not. I'm not doing that.
I'm doing the one where his hand is out and he's angry and he's like, "Oh, come on, it's not even over there."
Oh yeah.
That's
That
a good
one.
That meme. That's my favorite of the Patrick Stewart memes.
That one's fantastic. Well, all right then, everybody. Thanks for listening. Please continue to do so because we have tons more coming up. Guests and RPG fan people and all kinds of music. So, Music of the Year continues. And we're back, Music of the Year 2014, Soldiers On. Joining me, perennial co-host.
Mike. I'm Mike on the boards.
You said that already 3 times.
Yes, I did.
But it's okay, you can say it again.
It is still my name.
It is still your name. It hasn't changed?
No, not yet.
At least this time we didn't bring 3 mics with us.
That's good.
Instead, we brought one of RPG Fan Music's new editors, Marcos.
Hey.
Welcome. We also brought Davi.
Hey.
They make up... How many people did we hire? They make up a lot of the people we hired for RPG Fan Music this year who are doing awesome and making the site rad and making me look way better than I actually am. Welcome, gentlemen. Also joining us, RPG Fan News, who is like just literally aflame with awesomeness. The outstanding, all-new, new and improved, I can't think of any other adjectives, Peter.
Yep. Hi, that's me. I have Fury on the boards.
Yes, you have, what's his name? Oh my god, I'm forgetting it. Fawful. You're Fawful on the boards. Excellent.
Fawful everywhere.
Fawful everywhere. But not here, not in the podcast. Nobody brought any Mario music, but that's because there were no Mario RPGs this year. I think so. Still, nonetheless, you gentlemen are joining us with your picks for Music of the Year. This is your first podcast, so we're going to make it an awesome one. Thank you for joining. And let's just go ahead and get right into it. I believe you picked the first track, Marcos, so lay it on us.
Yeah, I chose Combat Back from Chaos Ring 3.
And then right after that, we've also got Davey. You picked the second track.
Yeah, I picked The Maker's Beckoning from Terra Battle by Nobuo Uematsu.
And then closing that block out, Peter, you picked our third track.
Yep, I picked Besaid Island from Final Fantasy X HD.
Awesome. I love that track. So let's just go ahead and get right into it, and we'll talk about it when we come back. We've got Combat Back from Chaos Rings, The Maker's Beckoning from Terra Battle, and Besaid Island from FF10 HD. So the Chaos Rings games have crazy cool music, and it's weird because like the only memory I have of Chaos Rings is playing the first one on like my old iPod. I think it was an iPod Touch maybe, or somebody else's iPod Touch. And I remember being surprised that it was basically Final Fantasy VIII at the time. Like I don't know why it reminds me so much of Final Fantasy VIII, because I actually think the music has a pretty distinctive style to it. And this one in particular, Marcos, you gave me a couple of picks from Chaos Rings, and this one in particular just immediately struck out, and I loved it. Is this like when you get back attacked or something, I guess?
See, this is the funny part. I haven't played the game at all. I'm under assumption that's what it is because I believe the name of the other track is, I believe, like Front or Table or something of that sort. I mean, if this is back attack music, that's pretty amazing. It doesn't really sound like any danger you're in.
Yeah, it sounds more like you're like, hell yeah, we got back attack, woo!
I don't know. I was like, all right, I want to be attacked from behind all the time then, I suppose.
So, are you familiar with the soundtracks to Chaos Rings 1 and 2?
Not to 1 or Omega, but to 2, yes. I do own 2 and 3. It's really weird listening to 2 after listening to 3 because Chaos Rings 3 also has release on PS Vita. And the sound, my opinion, sound quality on the other ones is just, I feel like it's inferior.
Really? That's interesting. I didn't know that. I also didn't know it was on Vita. It's not out in the US, is it?
No. Sadly, no. See, that's the sad part. I really wish it would come because I would pick this up in a second.
They put the trilogy on the Vita, right?
Yeah, the whole trilogy.
Okay.
I'm not really surprised to hear that the sound quality really got a lot better because I did play Chaos Rings and Chaos Rings Omega, and I played Chaos Rings 2, and even that seemed like a big step up. But when I listened to this track, I was like, I can't believe this is still Chaos Rings. Like, they've come so far.
Yeah, like, the style of it is really different. Like, because I remember I really liked the first Chaos Rings soundtrack, but, like, this, I think, I don't know, I don't want to say it's more energetic, because there was plenty of energetic music in Chaos Rings, but this almost reminds me of, like, a Wild Arms game. You know, like, just with, like, this, like, that really loud, like, it just punches you in the face right when the battle starts.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's super juicing.
The thing I think really added to that is like the transitions were just so good and so like percussion driven, and it just really keeps moving forward the whole time.
Oh, so good.
Most definitely. Good work getting it on here too. I don't know that I don't think we've ever played any Chaos Rings music, and I always celebrate when somebody gets a new game on the show.
Yeah, this is the second song I've heard from 3 so far, and I'm really impressed by it.
You need to listen to so much more.
I know. Well, they released one on there's like a Square Enix like sampler from Tokyo Game Show, and there's a couple Chaos Rings tracks, and one of them's from 3, and I was like, where did this come from?
I mean, like, I know that music usually finds its way on YouTube, but so when you get a chance, take a listen to it. It's really amazing, especially one track. There's one track, I forget what it is, but I believe it may be a boss battle, but it has like whistling and that guitar playing, and it was like, yeah, this definitely is a callback to Wild Arms or that kind of spaghetti western feel.
That sounds really cool.
Speaking of really cool, amazing segue, Terra Battle. We've played. I played a track from Terra Battle already on the show, and it's the Metal Zone battle theme. If you're Davey, you're familiar with that. But I talked about this with Jason, which is the segment that's immediately going to precede this one. But I'm just sort of impressed these days that like mobile games now, like the score that they have in them, like the budgets are higher. Like it does not feel like this is sort of phoned in, and especially I found in like Japanese games, I feel like they're taking the soundtrack components of these mobile games a lot more seriously, because you're getting, full soundtrack releases very frequently with like, I feel like every other soundtrack for a mobile RPG now is Nobuo Uematsu. Like he's just over there like pumping out like discs and discs of music that are all in mobile games. And so like we were talking about this while we were listening. Terra Battle itself got me, like I listened to the soundtrack and ended up playing the game, and I'm, for better or for worse, vehemently anti-mobile games. I don't know why, but I'm almost at the end of Terra Battle, and, aside from the usual amount of, you could finish this faster if you paid money, I've found it to be really good, and the music in particular, especially this song, I think you joked about this, Davey, but like I've left the phone on this in the past just to hear this track.
Yeah, or just stare at your characters for way too long, even though you've absorbed all the information already.
Or just, I can never remember his main name, but like the chubby old knight, like that you never, he's like this, he's like totally stacked and then just a giant beer belly. And I'm like, this is, I have not taken him out of my party, I think, for the entire game just because of that beer gut he has. He reminds me of me.
He's really good too. No, but yeah, as far as the game itself goes, Terra Battle is really cool. I played through the whole game without spending any money, and I give him $10 afterwards because I was really, satisfied with it. But no, it's not really intrusive with the IAPs, and the soundtrack was definitely striking. Like as soon as I downloaded it and started it up, and they've already added several new tracks. The new Tavern track, I don't know if you've checked that out yet. That was really good, kind of a acoustic guitar loungy kind of deal.
Oh, I don't think so it just plays in the tavern. Like, does it cycle with the other track, or?
No, it is only in the tavern, and it's like you barely ever hear it unless you like try to, because you go into the tavern, you buy dudes, and you're done, right?
Yeah, then I immediately leave. Exactly. I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
listen to that as soon as I'm done.
Yeah, I'll have to start up the game and go to the tavern real quick. But no, and I'm really excited because they got those new download starter songs coming by Shimamura.
Sorry.
Yeah, Yasunori
Reflex.
Mitsuda, and I can't remember the third guy right now.
That's an interesting thing. I feel like they especially, maybe it's not just Miss Walker, but we've talked a lot so far in Music of the Year segments about how there's a lot more, notice of the fact that people really do get into this music. And, to some extent, it's also being commercialized a little more because they know people want to buy a soundtrack. They know, Square Enix knows that they don't want to put all their Final Fantasy 14 tracks on one soundtrack because then they can release another one later, which is perfectly fine because I will go ahead and buy them. But, it's interesting that, especially in Miss Walker's case, like they've got a reward in this game if people download it where more music comes into the game. And that's really cool. It shows that, there's an emphasis on the music that I think that I'm a huge fan of.
They're doing a live concert as well. I don't know if you heard about that, but I'm hoping for a DVD, of course.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Just like the Link to Horizons concert.
Yeah. And Kenji Ito, I'm sorry, it's kind of a big deal to forget who Kenji Ito was real quick. He was the third guy they're bringing in for the new music.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I believe he's actually doing some new music. He did the soundtrack to Devil Survivor 2 Record Breaker, and I know they were saying that they're going to be redoing some of the music for the new, the new arc that they're adding to it. I'm always a fan to see Kenji Ito around. That guy rocks.
Yeah. Not all three of those people rock. And that's the thing about Terra Battle with their download starter is they have some huge talent coming up on the big downloads like Yoshitaka Amano and Yasunori Mitsuda.
I've never heard of these guys. Who are they?
Yeah. No, Sakaguchi has some connections,
Yeah, well, I think that's really what it comes down to is that, you're listening to Terra Battle and seeing all these names pop up, and it's like, yeah, these are all people that they worked with when they were making Final Fantasy, so there you go. Speaking of Final Fantasy, segue. Ruined by me saying segue. Besaid Island, what a great song. That's always been one of my favorite tracks in Final Fantasy X. I just remember having the demo and like playing the sequence where you see Otherworld and the crazy cutscene, and my friend and I were like, oh my god, it's rock music in Final Fantasy, this is amazing, even though now I sort of listen to Otherworld and I'm like, ugh. But Besaid Island, just the violin and the piano in that song, the new recording, I don't know that 10 HD's new soundtrack was a success 100%, not in the way I would say the Kingdom Hearts ones were, because I think some of the tracks sort of do sound a little not as awesome with the new way they're performed, which is, mostly preference, but this track I feel like is just amazing in the HD version.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, because the original 10 soundtrack is kind of burned into my memory. It was one of the first Final Fantasy games I ever played, actually. I'm kind of the young one. And so when I first started playing the HD collection, it seemed like when I heard the differences in some of the music, I wasn't really sold on it. Then I got to Besaid, and I was like, oh yeah, this is good.
Yeah, like they just really homed in on the good, like the lines in that song, I think, that I remembered the most vividly, and the new instrumentation just really makes it shine.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones on the HD soundtrack. Like there is a few songs I think just seem like they have extra instruments just for the sake of having more instruments. But this one I think is a really strong one.
Yeah, because it's interesting too. They Masashi Hamauzu didn't do with 10 HD what Shimamura, the VGO, and Gakudan did with Kingdom Hearts, which is where in Kingdom Hearts they didn't totally rewrite the songs, they just redid the instruments. In the case of Kingdom Hearts 1, they took the original tracks and just laid live instrumentation into them. And then in KH2, they just did entirely new recordings with, the same basic song, but arranged slightly differently. Whereas in 10, Hamauzu sort of remastered it, where like parts of the songs are the same, or it's more like a director's cut. So like he's changed the song, I think, a little more than the Kingdom Hearts ones did, and I think that's why I've seen a lot more like mixed opinions on the 10 HD soundtrack. But again, this track I feel like is just fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I have to agree with you guys that OST was really hit or miss, but when it hits, it hits you hard, and you're like, this is the version of the song I didn't know I always wanted, and that's what Besaid Island was for sure.
Yeah, like that's I imagine with in Hamauzu's case, this is like what he wanted it to sound like originally. Maybe it's been a long time, but maybe that's a woolly area to get into, because then you get into George Lucas. Well, I always intended to have Jar Jar Binks in the original trilogy. He was going to be Luke's best friend, but I don't want to go down that route.
No one does.
That brief moment of silence was everybody shuddering.
Yeah, let's not talk about it again.
Instead,
talk about what?
Instead, let's talk about more music. Peter, you picked the first track in our next block. What do we got?
My first pick for this one was Battle with Demons for the sequel version from Bravely Default.
Excellent. And then Marcos, you picked the second track.
Yeah, I actually chose an arrangement by Little V's Wants to Battle album, Iris.
So is that, I'm not entirely sure, is that a Pokemon album? It looked like it based on the Pokeballs.
Yeah, this is a Pokemon album.
Okay, and so is that, which game is this originally from?
This is from Black and White 2. This is the champion battle theme.
Okay, cool. And then Davey, you picked the last track in this block.
Yes, I did not pick a battle theme this time. I picked The Hollow City from Tales of Exilia 2, which is a really weird, almost kind of uneven jazzy tune that I feel like kind of sums up my experience with that game.
That's such a great explanation for that. So coming up, we've got Battle with Demons for the sequel version, Iris and The Hollow City. So I've already said a million zillion things about the Bravely Default soundtrack. You know, I wrote in my review, what feels like it was 2 years ago, which I guess it was, that it was one of my favorite JRPG soundtracks pretty much ever. And I think I used some lofty praise that I'm not sure I'm comfortable with. I said that it's maybe a contender with Chrono Cross for one of my favorite soundtracks of all time. I don't know how I feel about that kind of hyperbole, but I do think it's one of the better ones I've ever heard. I think Revo does a really great job sort of synthesizing a lot of years of JRPG audio history. I picked up a lot of sort of references to the styles of other notable JRPG composers, and I think he did a really great job sort of synthesizing that, but also putting that Sound Horizon style into it, and this is just absolutely a great example of that.
The thing that really strikes me about that song is just the dichotomy between the flute and the distorted guitar playing the melody. And like you have that cool little synth counter melody playing alongside it, but like I just love that contrast between like new and old instruments.
Yeah, you know, and Revo, if you listen to some of the concerts, like the live concert shows that Revo does with Sound Horizon, they do a lot of that where you're hearing two sounds that are sort of anachronistically put together. I guess I don't know if that's the right way to phrase it musically, but that's what it always reminds me of, where I feel like I'm hearing like medieval Europe and then like 2015 Japan rock.
Yeah, it's like neoclassical, but in a way that's not heavy metal, which it's usually, associated with.
It's a combination of 2 tracks from Final Fantasy: The Four Heroes of Light on DS, which was kind of the game that Bravely Default was kind of a spiritual successor to.
Oh yeah, that's like that chippy sound in there.
Yeah, and it's got that, and one thing I really like about this track is how it took, I think it was Naoshi Mizuta was the composer for the Four Heroes of Light soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
I like how Revo kind of took like these 2 themes from the previous game and they fit really well with the Bravely Default soundtrack. Like you could have told me this was an original composition for the game, and I probably would have believed you.
Yeah, I was saying it is sort of a really good synthesis of, like I was saying, with a lot of older JRPG composers are sort of the greats, because, he talked about in the liner notes where he basically has grown up listening to, classic Square Enix music, like, Shimomura and Motoi Sakuraba and all, Uematsu. And I feel like this is a great sort of example of his ability to fuse the signature sounds of other musicians with his own style.
Yeah, I agree. And it's also cool because this plays in the Street Pass mode when you're fighting the Nemesis. I think, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of those bosses are actually storyline bosses from Four Heroes of Light, so it's kind of a cool reference to that game.
Yeah, that is really cool, and I think it also supposedly has something to do with the sequel, like Kingdom Hearts style. They're like secret bosses that are going to show up that have to do with, both games. I was joking when we were listening that, I play on hard mode in games, so, I saw the Nemesis at first, and I was like, level 20, I can handle this. Dead. Speaking of dead and getting my face melted off, this track, Iris, from Little V's Wants to Battle. Marcos, could you tell me a little bit about that album? I don't know much about it. I just know that was super rocking. Or it's described as epic rock, and I think that is a good way to assess that track.
Yeah, I believe that's the best way of putting it. Epic rock, very metal. So awesome. It's a bunch of arrangements. The name of the album is Wants to Battle. The arranger's Little V. So it spells out on the album cover, Little V Wants to Battle. And it's him with this very awesome painting of him with 2 Pokeballs doing like a rock symbol, ready to throw it out. No, but I really like all the tracks on this album, particularly Iris's arrangement. It's just something really... the best way to put it is it's very rocking, but adorable at the same time.
That's a good way to describe it. That's sort of what I noticed about this, is I could hear the Pokemon in this song. I was listening to it, and I was like, I have never heard this song, but I know the style that they use in the Pokemon games, and I can absolutely pick up on that here. It lends itself well to this sort of like rockin' style.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking back when I was actually playing this, and when I first was introduced to the original track, just fighting against Iris, I was just taken aback that you're fighting Iris, like literally like going through like the nebula with like the spacey background. It was a little disjointed, and the music was just really, he did a great job complimenting it, and I really liked it in this one too, where he just keeps that adorable spaciness to it, but does an awesome job with it.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, I really liked oh man, it did sound weirdly cute, even though like it had those awesome blast beats and those super heavy chugs, and like this lead guitar is going up there doing these full bends, but it's playing this ridiculously cute Pokemon music. Like It was not what I was expecting, and I really loved it.
It's, you know what it reminds me of? It sounds like something I would hear in a Smash Brothers remix of a Pokemon title.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this
Yeah.
sounds like it should be in the Pokemon Stadium level.
Yeah, I can go with that.
So cool. What a cool. Thanks for letting me know about that album. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Oh yeah, if you haven't listened to the whole thing, I found it on Bandcamp, and I didn't have a chance to listen to the track in advance because I sort of derped and couldn't figure out what it was, even though Marcos very helpfully gave links to all of the music. But it's definitely worth checking out.
Shout out to the person that you arranged it. His name is James Mills.
Okay.
He does have a SoundCloud rather at soundcloud.com/littlevmills.
Excellent. Go patronize that art. Speaking of patronizing art, well, it's not patronizing art. You're going to be a
Nice
patron
try.
of the arts. We're not going to patronize Tales of Vexillia 2. That song, I don't want to say it was a mess because that would suggest that it wasn't sort of controlled chaos, but it was wacky.
Yeah, definitely. It's got this kind of jam band kind of vibe to it, and it's like I was saying during recording this, you have this bass that's just walking along, like a pretty standard jazz bass, walking through just this collage of almost, like, I want to call it chaos, but it's like this percussion section is so unique, and it's like so almost off rhythm that you just kind of have to surrender yourself to it and get into the flow.
What stuns me most about it is that you said it's the first town song?
Yeah, Duval.
So this is not what I would expect from the first town in an RPG, especially a Tales game, which are sort of, rightly or wrongly, they're sort of pinned a lot of times for being formulaic. But, like, this is not what I would think out of a first town. Because, I mean, even in Tales of Vexillia 1, like, the first town is this sort of, I can't remember the name, but it's like the starlit, sort of not...
Fendal.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of quasi-steampunk, not quite academic town with starlight. Like, it sounds like something I'd hear in, like, a jazz club while I'm sipping on scotch.
Yeah. No, it's really cool. And Xillia 2 is kind of weird like that, too. It doesn't feel like any other Tales game exactly. It's got this really weird, uneven gate to it. You go and you fight monsters to pay your debt, and you do the next story mission, and then it's just question marks until you make enough money again. And it's like you're just always kind of just almost drunkenly wandering through the game. And that's kind of what the song is to me. It's just drunkenly wandering through some jazz music.
Drunkenly wandering. That's probably... so we've had a lot of people talk about that Tales of Vexillia 2 so far on the Music of the Year show. We've had people that like it. We've had people that don't like it. Caitlin likes it. You like it. We've had Derek does not like it. He pointed that out. But it's just funny because that, from what I know of the style of the game, like you said, you have a debt, so in order to progress the story, you sort of have to go do side content to gain enough money to make progress. So it does sort of, I don't know. I imagine Ludger like running around with that little girl just like in this town, sort of like, I'm not as dead as you drunk I think I am.
That would have been a better game.
Regardless of what people think about the story, I have heard it's at least fun. Because he uses, like 3 weapons and stuff, and has, like, a bunch of change-ups.
It kind of reminds me of, like, PSU or PSO2 in that way. Like, you got the hotkeyed weapons, and you just kind of switch through between combos. Or, like, Devil May Cry Light kind of thing.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and you can, like, switch mid-combo and do cool stuff. So, no, the combat was really fun. And I played the whole thing co-op, which makes it infinitely more fun than it would be solo. But
yeah, absolutely. Tales games in general, I am amazed they don't have like a local co-op or like an online co-op option yet.
Oh my god!
Because I always have friends or my brother that want to. Like I grew up playing Symphonia with my little brother, and then I played Abyss with my friend, and then my 2 brothers and I we played Symphonia again. So it's like the fact that I can't do that online blows my mind because I feel like a lot of people play Tales games with co-op in mind. Because then the silly skits, they might be silly, but at least you can get a laugh at a dumb joke with somebody else. I think you add people to the experience and it just becomes more enjoyable, especially the combat.
Well, how cool would it be if they just had like online raids and you can be like, okay, me and my three friends, we all have different Tales of gameplay styles and we're going to get together and fight this like super awesome post-game boss together online. Like that would be so cool.
Yeah, it really would. Because, especially in a Tales game too, like a secret boss like Nebulim and Abyss, you're constantly having to like manage each character if you're not playing multiplayer. Like, imagine doing that online and not having to worry about managing every character. Each person's taking care of one, and then like your strategy can come from that. It'd be really cool.
Right. And then you get to yell at Joe Blow when he drops his combo. It's like, what are you doing?
Oh, I do that all the time anyway. Like, it was basically a verbal abuse session when I played Abyss with my best friend. Like, we would just yell at each other the whole time. Like, oh, you died again. Good job. Don't worry, I'll kill every enemy for you. You can just stand in the back and get hit. Good friends.
So evil, Steven.
I didn't start it. Although Luke is better than Guy.
Mm,
All right, moving on before anyone disagrees with me. Davey, you picked the first track in block 3. What do we got?
I believe it was Laser Beam as the next track. Laser Beam from Persona Q.
Persona Q is a perennial favorite this year, I think. We've seen some of it before, and I'm pretty sure we're going to continue to see more of it. What a great soundtrack. Talk about it more after. And then, Marcos, you picked the second track?
Yeah, I chose Boss Battle from the Steam/3DS version of Grinzia.
Which we've actually featured Grinzia. I actually played Boss Battle earlier this year, but I liked it so much I wanted to have us play it again. Because Shannon Mason's work on that is great, because it's different than the original release of the game, and it's really cool, like SNES throwback music. And then, Peter, you had the last track.
Yeah, I'm actually giving us another Pokemon track. This is Battle versus Deoxys from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire for the 3DS.
Excellent. Let's go ahead and get some more Pokemon on. We got Laser Beam, Boss Battle, and Battle versus Deoxys. So I've talked to death about how much I like Persona Q's soundtrack, so I'm going to sort of pass it off to you, Davey, because I've said many things over the course of Music of the Year about how wonderful it is. Dirty, grungy, really cool Persona style music.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I said this in my review, but I was just so impressed that it really just sounds like Persona music. Like, it's not the same composer, but it's this like real sequel on this music that we haven't had for like since 2008, and like I've been waiting this whole time for like a sequel to Deep Breath, because Persona 4 didn't really have one of those just really deep, bit crushed club techno songs that Lotus just raps over and just gets me so excited. But
all of those adjectives you used are one of the reasons you are hired here. You're bringing musical class. You gentlemen are bringing musical class to the podcast that I can't do myself. But no, yeah, like it is in the style of Persona. It sounds like it fits aesthetically to Persona, but it's not the songs we've heard arranged. And again, not to say that I don't love all those arrangements and love the original material, but the strength of their original material is what inherently makes me want more of it.
Yeah, it makes me feel like Persona has been born into an artist in and of its own. Like, it's bigger than Meguro now. It's like Persona music is this thing, and Meguro is this guy that sometimes does Persona music now.
Which is good, too, because, he can't do it forever, and you don't want to, like, I applaud Atlus for not continually using the same composer, because, like, Meguro did Devil Survivor 1, but Kenji Ito did Devil Survivor 2. And while I still prefer Meguro's stuff in 1, I think it's a really good call on their part to change things up artistically a lot. Like I don't especially care for Masayuki Doi's artwork in Shin Megami Tensei 4, but again, at least it's fresh and new. Not that Sojima shouldn't be doing Persona and can't do fresh designs, but there's nothing wrong with taking that sort of artistic risk, and especially if they're capturing the style but creating something that feels fresh at the same time, which is absolutely Persona Q in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. And they've let Meguro run a little wild. I mean, Strange Journey and Catherine were just like way out of left field musically.
Yeah. Well, he's actually, so now he's basically a director at Atlus. Like, I think he's pretty much one of the people who helps, like, not just like direct the audio of the Persona games. I think he's like basically directing the games too.
One of the god kings of Atlus.
Yeah, he's the guy. One of the guys at Atlus, the dudes, or he's one of the people at Atlus. One of my bucket list things is to go to one of those Live at the Velvet Room concerts. They call it something different every year. And, they had one this year that I would have gone to had I gone to Japan this year. But whenever I finally get there, I must see them perform live, because the DVDs of those concerts are fantastic. And the reason I'm excited to sort of have maybe the chance to go next year is that I'm sure they'll play Persona Q music now. Mm-hmm. And I would love to hear them perform this live. Like the rap sections of Light the Fire Up in the Night or Laser Beam just would sound fantastic live.
I think they're really improved over the Persona 3 rap sections. I don't know what it is, if it's the production is slightly different or what, but he sounds so much cooler than he did in Persona 3. I don't know if that's just me, but
I mean, I liked it. It was sort of a cute, silly sound in Persona 3 that ended up sounding sort of badass. Whereas here, I think this just sounds like sort of cool, stylish rapping almost.
It is a little more serious, yeah.
That's a good way to put it, because, Mass Destruction was supposed to I can't remember who said it. Derek pointed it out once, and it may just be internet myth, but somebody said that the reason all the raps in Persona 3 and 4 sound sort of muffled are because they're supposed to sound like they're in your subconscious, like they're not any specific words, they're just there. And if so, that's a cool way to explain it. Your persona's coming out of your subconscious, whatever. But I do sort of like the Laser Beam style here, where you can hear him, because he's a good rapper. So it's good that they're taking advantage of these musical voices they have.
Yeah, those house beats though. I'm a sucker for that, man. And just having house beats during a boss battle, I always find myself like pushing the buttons along with the beat and stuff.
Oh, I am notorious for doing that with Persona. I actually think I broke the R trigger on my 3DS playing Persona Q because of Light the Fire Up in the Night, because I'd be like tap 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 tap, and now your button's broke. And speaking of awesome music, Super Nintendo Redux Grinzia, man, that sound font is just. I said this when we played this track in the past, but I really feel like if this song was in a game from 1996, I think nobody would bat an eyelash.
Steven, I couldn't agree anymore. The soundtrack is just crazy hot. Love everything about it. I played the original, and I really did enjoy the soundtrack here and there. When I finally took a chance to listen to this recomposition, I was just like, oh.
So the music is totally different in the 3DS Steam version, right? It's not the same song rearranged. It's literally a totally different song.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, this just, it feels like it fits into that Super Nintendo canon. It has, Davey, I'm going to steal your comment. Ha ha ha. It really sounds like it could have been in Chrono Trigger. Like, I feel like this is a lost battle theme from Chrono Trigger.
Yeah.
Like, it just has that sort of percussive element to it.
Those horns are like spot on, some Chrono Trigger horns.
Yeah. And I can definitely say this with authority because I watched a bunch of Chrono Trigger videos earlier today because reasons. And man, it fits in well.
Yeah, I'm just really impressed with it. I mean, I like just the way it's composed. And I especially like at the very end of that loop, it has that like bullfight kind of sound.
Yes. We need to convince Shannon Mason to come on the show so we can talk to her about how awesome her music is.
Yes.
It is
Can we do
awesome.
that?
I concur.
It amazes me. It's kind of like the Persona Q thing, where it's not Meguro, but it's still Persona. It's like this isn't from the mid-90s, but it really just fits into this genre that we've made over time,
Yeah, because, there's a lot of throwback music that sort of uses the sound fonts of the 90s, but doesn't quite capture that same, there's that emphasis on melody. Like, a great example is Black Sigil, that sort of weird 3DS or DS RPG that was like half broken, but it was sort of meant to be a spiritual love letter to Chrono Trigger. And the music was, I think it was Jan Morgenstern that did it. But, it's good music, and it uses the same sort of sound that Chrono Trigger does, but it doesn't use it in the ways that we used it in the 90s, where it's very melody heavy. You have to have that melody that grabs you. It's sort of a little more Western in that it's a little more ambiance almost, but with those instruments. It's sort of like if you compare the Secret of Evermore soundtrack that Jeremy Soule did to like Secret of Mana. Secret of Evermore is very like, I would say, a little more atmospheric with the Super Nintendo type of sound, whereas the Grinzia track fits a little more melodically in with, the more traditional like Japanese artist done soundtracks from the 90s.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Speaking of nailing it, Battle versus Deoxys. Is Deoxys like, I recall, we were recording and I mentioned that I've only played Red, so I'm not familiar with like fighting Poke Jesus or whatever, or the Lord of all Pokemon. Is Deoxys one of like the legendary Pokemon?
Oh, no, that would be Arceus. Deoxys is a space alien.
Even better.
Yeah, so Deoxys's thing is that like he's the DNA Pokemon, so he can change his form to like in battle. So he has like a speed form, a defense form, an attack form, and a very and it's cool how they set it up in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, because so after you beat the main campaign and you have all the gym badges, you get this really dramatic like to be continued at the end of the credits, and then it goes on to this whole like post game story about there's a new character who gets introduced, all this new legend. It's about like an asteroid is coming towards the region. There's like impending death, and then it turns out Deoxys is in the asteroid, and you have to go capture him.
Okay, so I was going to ask if you can capture him. So you can capture Deoxys. That's fascinating.
Yeah, and we were joking when we were listening to when we were listening about like in Pokemon, like have you ever ridden on a dragon, flown through an asteroid, and then battled a space alien? And yes, that happens in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire.
Yeah, in Red I rode my bike around and beat up my childhood friend.
Exactly.
Your childhood rival. He's your rival now.
Gary loves Ash.
Your rival in the Hoenn games is like your best friend.
But to talk about the song here, not to get us way off topic, this has a weird spacey sound to it that I really like. Like it's almost disorientating. It's just I don't know how to describe the sound, but just that background sort of beeping sounds like something I would imagine out of like a 1980s like Tron.
Yeah, it's got a Tron vibe, where I was thinking of Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. But it also has that sort of like peppy Pokemon sound to it too that I think a lot of their battle themes do really well. That like Pokemon does not have like downer battle themes, at least as far as I've heard. They're all very energetic, and I think this sort of has that style of displacement for you, but also has that sort of energetic, like, here we are battling type thing.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a combination of, this is like the showdown to save the world, but at the same time, look, here's this cool new Pokemon you can catch and add him to your party.
Yeah, I'm going to capture this thing that is destroying the Earth and use it to fight Pidgeot.
And I'm going to do it with a Pikachu that's wearing a Lucha Libre outfit.
There's a part in the middle of the song too, around like 113, 117, that reminds me of the World Revolution from Chrono Trigger 2.
Yeah, it's kind of got that vibe, doesn't it? Like that kind of otherworldly, yet like.
If I knew the name of the instrument, I would say, but yeah, it definitely has that. Great pick. I always have to. I feel bad because I feel like we should represent Pokemon more on the show. But having only played Red, I'm like, yeah, I can play doot 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 doot. That's like the only one I remember especially well, and the battle theme, of course. But
I was going to say, Steven, if X and Y had come out this year, then I probably would have picked the Mewtwo battle theme, because that's actually a remix of the original Red and Blue battle theme. It has the original chiptune sound in the background. It's really cool.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go listen to that. I bet Bridget would like that too. Bridget recently reviewed the Alpha and Omega, or the Alpha Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I got it. Soundtrack, and sort of lamented that it got rid of that sort of like fusion chiptune old school sound with like newer style, and that it was mostly just orchestral. Sounds like she'd probably dig that too if it has that sort of fusion of the two. I like that.
Yeah, I bet she would.
Well, we are here at the last block, gentlemen, and I am so very excited about Peter's pick. I would have picked it myself, but this is why I go last, so you can pick all the ones I want, and then I can have selection to pick even more. Peter, what is your last track for the day?
My last track for the day is Dismiss from Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep.
So in 2.5, they rearranged only 2 tracks from Birth by Sleep. That's a few fewer than they did from Chain of Memories in Kingdom Hearts 1.5, where they didn't rearrange the whole soundtrack, just sort of the final boss themes. But what I'll talk about this after too, but Dismiss is the final epilogue boss theme in Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep.
And not to get ahead of ourselves, but I just played that part for the first time the other day, and it's so cool.
Oh, right, it is. Especially after the end of Terra's storyline.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that after, but I don't want to hold this up too long. Marcos, you picked the second track.
Yes, I did. I actually chose Cross Counter from the unreleased 2D action RPG game Crosscode. The soundtrack the game itself hasn't come out. It's actually going to be seeking funding soon, but a demo of the game has been made. And so far, the music released for it, stellar.
Excellent. I'm very interested to talk about that because I don't know anything about this project. And then, Davey, final track of the day. What are you bringing us? Not a Fiesta.
Ouroboros Festival.
Fiesta.
From Final Fantasy Lightning Returns 13 times.
13 times X5 2. Closing us out for the day, we've got Dismiss, Cross Counter, and Ouroboros Festival. So I wrote a gajillion words about Kingdom Hearts 1.5 and 2.5. 2.5 in particular. I love it. It's amazing. I love the VGO forever now because they did so well they did justice to one of my favorite scores ever. And Dismiss is narratively and thematically just an incredibly appropriate song for the cap of Birth by Sleep. And, I don't want to overtalk it because this is Peter's track, but basically what I wrote in the review is that I didn't write this I wrote this in my original review for RPG Fan, the first thing I ever wrote for the site, that you can basically hear the story of Birth by Sleep in this song.
I agree. I played Birth by Sleep on PSP and didn't unlock Final Episode. I didn't get to experience this firsthand until the HD remix, but I listened to this song over and over again before that, and I think it's the perfect conclusion to Birth by Sleep, and it's also the perfect setup for future events in Kingdom Hearts.
Absolutely. It sort of combines, it's got like the main sort of melody of Gardendo nel Bureau. You have Fate of the Unknown in there. You have a little bit of Terra's theme. You have just so many themes in there that are important to not only Birth by Sleep, but the series later, and the character that is the final boss that you just, it's perfect, basically. It's the ultimate cap for the game. There's an additional epilogue sequence in 2.5 or in Final Mix Birth by Sleep where, you sort of play as Aqua and, you fight the first Heartless or whatever. And that one's really cool. It has cool music, but it's not narratively as important as this song is. And I just mega heart it.
Yeah, if it's possible to make a song more perfect, then I think they managed it with this re-instrumentation, because just hearing it with live instruments and that like right before it loops, that like one violin solo that kind of kicks in, I love that.
Yeah, that's the violin solo from Kingdom Hearts 2, the secret video Fate of the Unknown, which sort of becomes the de facto theme for Birth by Sleep, and that's why it's so good to have it there.
Yeah.
I think the only final boss theme in the series that I like more than this is the one that immediately precedes it, which is Darkness of the Unknown in Kingdom Hearts 2, because it's just, I wonder if that song will appear on my Music of the Year picks.
I'm not surprised to hear that Darkness of the Unknown is amazing.
And the new recording of it. I don't want to steal any of the thunder of Dismiss here, though. We'll talk about that when I inevitably play it. But also, not regarding this, but so Marcos, can you talk a little bit more about Crosscode? Just sort of, you sent me some screenshots of it, but for like listeners who aren't aware of it, because that's a really cool song. I don't want to steal the way you all have described it. I'll let you do that because it's clever, but a very cool song.
Yeah, no. When I first heard this song, it was from the trailer, and that reeled me in. And I said, I gotta give this game a try. It's still in the building phase, available demo to play on the website. And just hearing the song like in its context, like when it shows up, it kind of had like a tables turn kind of feel during a certain situation in the demo. I was like taken aback. I was like, oh, it gave me chills. I didn't have a very good definition. I called it I think I just had very cool.
There's nothing wrong with saying very cool. That is, I made a podcast based on saying this is very cool, so nothing wrong with saying that.
Yeah, but a little bit more about it. It's a retro-inspired 2D action RPG. Just reading the description right here, set in the distant future, and it's being made by Radical Fish Games. And the composer of this song is, handle isn't tarot, but his name is, forgive me, I'm German, I suppose, but Dennis Akbalut.
Close enough.
I know nothing of German. Give me Italian, I'll do a little bit better. But yeah, no, when I first heard this on the SoundCloud soundtrack to the demo, just so delicious. I just ate it all up.
I love that. I love that description of the song, Marcos. You win the evening. It's delicious.
I thought it tasted pretty good.
It's too late. He already said it.
No, yeah, it was a really cool track. I kind of like the way the synths. There's like two different synths that trade back and forth on the lead. They kind of give it some versatility, and it was really chill. It felt really good. Like I said during the recording, it felt like a Mega Man X town theme.
It really does. Like, I feel like would have been better than what was in Mega Man X Command Mission.
Yeah.
And then for our final track, which I have repeatedly called Ouroboros Fiesta for some reason, it's actually Ouroboros Festival. I keep wanting to say Fiestival, but that's a new word that we're going to coin on the show. It's just like Doomful from early episodes with Kyle. We've coined Doomful and Fiestival. But the comment I wrote is sort of flat and boring. I said this is legitimately interesting music. And I don't mean interesting from the perspective of like, oh, this doesn't sound very good, but it's interesting in that this is just sort of a really original sound. That's one of the strengths of Lightning Returns. That soundtrack sort of gets unfairly panned for being too much ambiance, and that's absolutely not true. Go listen to Dead Dunes, go listen to Yusnan, go listen to basically any of the battle themes, but there's some really great music in Lightning Returns, and this one in particular, it's styles and sounds that you don't hear in JRPGs very often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the transitions, like in this song, almost feel like it takes it into a whole new song, but it still feels like really natural layering of harmonies and different instruments and effects. I really liked Lightning Returns as one of my music of the year OSTs.
I think it may actually make my list.
It's just so cool. Like you said, stuff you wouldn't expect out of a JRPG. And when stuff like Katamari and Persona came around in video game music, I was like, are big flagship IPs really going to take advantage of this direction that video game music is going? This, like, we can do anything now.
Anything we want, we have that opportunity.
Yep. And I was so worried that they would just kind of turn into this overly bombastic orchestral thing year after year. But I was really, really pleased when FF13 kind of took it in a new direction.
Yeah, major kudos to Square for that, too. Because not that I don't love Shimomura and the tracks that they've released from 15, but I feel like because 13.2 and Lightning Returns are, like, cheaper for them to produce, they're not as afraid of taking a musical risk. But, like, look at all the big risks Square takes, like Nier musically, or, Lightning Returns. You get some of their most interesting music.
Yeah. So the thing about Ouroboros Festival, I just didn't even think about it.
There you go.
It's my favorite thing about it is it reminds me of the arranged album of Mr. Rob Steinman's favorite game, Near Death Experience from Shadow Hearts. It's got just that really aboriginal, like, African percussion that just, like, leads into this crazy, weird, anachronistic, like, almost house techno part. And it's like, it's a little bit ambient, but it's got this driving melody throughout the thing. And it's like this dancey guitar picks in and it trades off to a dancey synth, and then it brings them together. And it's just all this, like, old school techno philosophy of just, like, layering instruments on top of each other and making new melodies with the way they interact with each other.
Yeah, great. First of all, if you weren't already 100% hired, you're 200% hired now for mentioning Near Death Experience, because I feel like I'm the only person ever who loves that. But
it's so good.
It's so good, and I agree that in this case that the best way for me to describe it is I love the sort of the really light percussion at the beginning of this song. I don't know if you call it bongos or what, but whatever it is, it sounds great. But you're right, like you articulated better than I would, so I'm not going to try to. But Lightning Returns just does a great job of taking all of these different, seemingly disparate sounds and patching them together in a way that is cohesive and great to listen to.
Yeah, very unique.
Like it's like weird and sort of otherworldly. Like otherworldly is, probably something I would level at 13.2 as well, the 13.2 soundtrack. But this really does sound sort of like ethereal.
Yeah, I kind of when like lightning goes up and like, because she's supposed to be like a god at this point, and like all the experiences you're having are really kind of weird and ethereal. Yeah.
As a sort of last note about this track, it also really reminds me of the Japanese and European soundtrack to Sonic CD.
What?
It really reminds me of the sort of... It's a totally different vibe from the American Sonic CD soundtrack, but this here really wouldn't, like, especially the sort of background, I think it's a synth piano, but it really reminds me of some of the stages in Sonic CD in Japan.
That's pretty cool. I'll have to listen to that.
Oh, if you've never heard the Japanese Sonic CD soundtrack, go and prepare to be blown away.
I didn't even know it was a thing.
Yep. And on that note, listen to the American soundtrack and listen to the Sonic Rush soundtrack, because they're all amazing.
Oh, now you're asking too much.
You see, you say that.
Okay.
You'll come around.
I'll see what happens. I'll tell you what happens.
Yes. Well, I think that pretty much wraps us up for tonight. Gentlemen, thank you for being on the show. Peter, Marcos, Davey, Mike, co-host, as always. Music of the Year is progressing quite smoothly, and I'm really happy that we have so many people coming and joining us. You guys brought a lot of really cool variety to this. We got the perennial hits. We got our Bravely Default and Persona in there, of course. But we got a lot of lesser-known stuff in here, so well selected. Lesser known, or at least in the case of Crosscode, not known to me at all. So outstanding work, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Good, sir.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
So that wraps us up for this segment. For Marcos, Peter, Davey, and Mike, thanks everyone for listening, and continue listening because we still have more and more and more coming.
And it only gets better, probably.
It probably gets Fiestival.
I still can't believe it just came out like that.
right, everyone, and we're back. Music of the Year 2014 continues. We have a super amazing special guest. But before that super amazing special guest, my co-host,
Mike
on the boards, Mike, your whole title, and a special guest, not a super special guest because we already had him on once, but he's still special.
We have different tiers of special. Wow.
Yeah, I'm tiering everybody here.
I'm still Derek Kingsbergen, still Emery on the boards.
And you guys love him. And our super amazing, awesome special guest, we have Kim Wallace of GameInformer.
Hello.
Kim, thank you so much for joining us for Music of the Year. You love Kingdom Hearts, and so that makes us friends.
Yes, we bond over that.
We do. And so, just so you're familiar with what we're doing here, we're basically, you picked out some of your favorite tracks from 2014, and we're going to go through, listen to them, chat about them, and have a little fun.
Yeah, let's do it.
So you picked the 13th Reflection from Kingdom Hearts 2.5, and then following that, you picked the main theme from Dragon Age Inquisition. So let's go ahead and take a listen to the 13th Reflection and the main theme from Dragon Age Inquisition.
Tracks like that Kingdom Hearts track are why I'm so amped for Yoko Shimomura to do the music for FF15. I mean, not just because, I don't know, she's proven herself to be an amazing composer from Legend of Mana to Kingdom Hearts and everything in between. So I'm definitely looking forward to her compositions in 15. And we played already one of the tracks from 15. So I mean, we're getting a good dose of that Yoko Shimomura love on the podcast here. But Steven, where does that track actually play in the game? Do you know? The 13th Reflection?
So the 13th Reflection plays whenever you're fighting the organization members that were added to Final Mix. So like all the ones that got killed in Chain of Memories.
Okay, that explains why I don't recognize it.
Yeah.
That's actually why I picked it, because I was like, this is kind of specific to 2.5, and I love it because it just brings the energy to the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool, like thematically too. That track actually works in some of the piano like phrases, I guess, my wonderful musical terminology, from the organization in Chain of Memories. So it sort of thematically ties into the other organization battle themes too, because they all have, you know, bits and pieces of that organization theme song that's so prevalent throughout the game. But that one in particular, I really like that it's sort of that they went through and actually made a different song for the members who were not originally engaged too is really cool, I thought.
Yeah,
I like that.
Sure.
Yeah, and that one's actually a re-recording of the original, because in Final Mix in Japan, you know, they redid all the music in the new version, and so the video game orchestra sort of went through that and actually performed it with real instruments and rearranged it. So that piano in there is really great because it's way more pronounced than it used to be.
So good.
That's like, I really love that Square Enix does that with their HD releases, that they don't just go through and touch up the graphics. You know, for a giant music geek like me, it's always really exciting to have the new tracks in there too.
I mean, the music is an integral part of the experience, I think. So for them to refresh that alongside the graphics shows their commitment to doing a good job.
I like that too because, I don't know, so many people like outcry about it though. They're like, oh, they're going to mess with my tracks, and I'm like, yeah, it's kind of cool to have something new to look forward to. I mean, some are better than others that are done, but I enjoy it a little bit.
I think the best option is if they include things like a toggle so that you can choose which track you do. A lot of the Falcom games do that, where you can pick, like, I actually just started playing Brandish the Dark Revenant, and from the very beginning, on the title screen, you can choose, do you want the arranged orchestrated version, or do you want like the PC-88 old school? So I think it's cool when games do that, but even so, I guess it's like you still have access to the old game and the old soundtracks, so why knock the new one unless it's really bad? I mean...
Yeah, I just love that we live in an age where, you know, developers actually recognize the value of their music in the game, because not that they never did, but, you know, now it's like so many games get like soundtrack releases as pre-order bonuses.
It's more celebrated, I think, now. It's more recognized in general.
Yeah, I agree. And then the second track we listened to, the Dragon Age main theme, Rob actually picked this one too. And
I picked the same thing as Rob.
But I wanted to have it on here because I know you like Dragon Age, and I wanted to talk about Dragon Age.
So are you upset because you picked the same thing as Rob, or just because it's a track?
I'm upset because I picked the same thing as Rob.
Or Rob.
He'll love to hear that.
I thought you were upset that you picked the same thing as somebody else, but that rephrase makes it so much more delicious.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to say something a little negative here. I was kind of disappointed in the Dragon Age Inquisition soundtrack a bit, but this song right here is just absolutely fantastic, and it just gives me chills when I listen to it and sets up that adventure so well. I love the violin that goes through it. Jeez, it's just such a pretty melody. So, but outside of this song, the music didn't make a big bang for me with the game. But I do think this track is one of the strongest, and I wanted to get something on there because I think Dragon Age Inquisition is a great game. It actually ended up being my personal game of the year. It was also GameInformer's, but I put it on my top 10 list as number one as well. So I kind of wanted to give it a shout out for that.
Yeah, most definitely. I was talking to Derek and Mike about this before we recorded too a little bit. Like, I really do like that song too, and I sort of had the same issue with you where when I played Dragon Age Inquisition, I'm like, okay, I like this music, but I don't really remember any of it. The only tracks I really remember in the game are the ones that worked in bits of this main theme, because it's sort of like Skyrim syndrome, where that main theme is so evocative and memorable that everything else sort of just sounds like filler noise.
Yeah, you're right. I think that's what you hit the nail on the head of what it is like it just nothing kind of matches up to this track and the intensity. So
yeah, and like every time I hear this, I just think of that really cool intro screen when they're all walking towards the meetup, all the mages and Templars, and then the screen blows up. That was, I didn't realize like until way after I finished that game. I was like, oh, the intro is showing you what happens before the game starts.
That's a really weird way that they actually did that. I think they're trying to cut time because I think they wanted to get you into the action as soon as possible, especially since they realized not everybody would have played the other games, but it actually took away, I think, a bit from not having that kind of on screen and on the title screen, like people were like, oh wait, something's going on here, because how many times in a game do we have to watch the title screen to know really what's going on? I mean, there's usually like little intro movies, whatever, but nothing that is like substantial to the plot like that is.
Yeah, like I think it like disarms people because like again, like you're exactly right. Like when I when I first demoed it and then when I first played it, I didn't even realize it was anything relevant. I was like, oh, something blew up. Okay. Like I sort of didn't even register because I'm like, yeah, the game's about to start. I'll pay attention in a few seconds.
Yeah.
Same here, actually. Yep.
But yeah, definitely a cool song and definitely really well. I like the way they worked it throughout the game's soundtrack, but I think also, it's so distinctive that that's to the detriment of the rest of the music. Mm-hmm. So for the second block of tracks you picked, Kim, these are both songs that I haven't heard that I feel sort of ashamed that I haven't. One of which is Clementine's theme from The Walking Dead Season 2. Mm-hmm. And then the second track is Miss Monomi's Practice Lesson from Danganronpa 2, which I'm finally working on the first one.
Yeah, more Danganronpa. I picked 2 of those too, Kim.
That track for Danganronpa kind of made for me what that game was about. I just liked how wacky it was, so that was why I picked it, because it's out there, but that game is so out there, so it fits it well. As with the Clementine track, just really complimented the character and her trials during that second season. I kind of liked every time I heard that track come on, knowing that it was like a growing moment for her. So I have fond memories of that one too.
Good. They do such a good job with that too. But before we talk anymore, let's go ahead and take a listen to Clementine's theme and Miss Monomi's Practice Lesson.
Me and Derek are making inappropriate noises to try and emulate that track, which we're obviously because you're like, wait, what's that?
I'm actually really proud of both of you. It's wonderful. You know, I feel sort of like a jerk for having not played The Walking Dead season 2. Like I played the first one and I'm a weird perfectionist, so like I made one mistake and I tried to replay the whole game, but then it was like, you know, you have to replay the whole chapter. So I got angry at it and blamed the game for my own mistakes. And so I just haven't gone back to play it.
Oh,
but this song is so good.
A lot of people didn't get to season 2, which is a shame because in my opinion, like season 2 can't match that finale of season 1 by any stretch, but season 2 for me had a lot more momentum going through it, which I appreciated, and I felt like a lot more happened throughout it. So I feel like you're missing, like, and it totally solidified why Clementine is still so awesome, despite, like, she could have just been like that, you know, that character in season 1 who you just were attached to, but they really made her kind of come into her own, come of age, and that's really interesting to see throughout a video game. So whenever I hear, like I said, Clementine's theme had to be on there for me. There is no and ifs or buts.
So it's interesting because I'm listening to this too, and I don't know, it's probably not intentional, but I'm really getting Last of Us vibes from the track in terms of, you know, the choice of instrumentation. Obviously it's not the exact same instruments, but I think the instrument they used in Last of Us was called like the Ron Coco or something, which I could not even begin to tell you what that is. But, you know, this has that sort of same somber but like weighty style to it that I really like. Makes me want to play the game.
What it reminds me of is Silent Hill. Like it gives me a Silent Hill vibe. It's kind of like meditative candlelight music that you would listen to if you wanted to be creeped out and introspective at the same time.
Yeah, that's really good actually too. Like I always say I can be bought by music. You know, I'm not going to play that game, and then I hear music that I like, and then I go play the entire game just to hear that music.
Yeah.
But that works out really well. That works out in my favor pretty often. Like, I'm playing 10-2 now because I like the final boss song, and I've never played 10-2 before, and I'm finding it sort of adorable.
It's such a strange game, but I think if you look at it as just a weird, campy side thing, then it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, look at it like a girls' night out. Let's just have fun and have it for what it is with a cool battle system. You cannot take that story too seriously. Yeah. And that's what I like about it. After, like, Final Fantasy X was so heavy, to go to something like 10-2 and see, like, a character like Yuna saying, like, disasterific and stuff, that kind of made it for me. Like, I like the Charlie's Angels theme going on with it. I like that whole vibe. Like, it was just a fun girls' night out, and that's what I like about it.
Yeah, like, you know, it's sort of derpy in a really good-natured way, and I like, that's why, like, exactly, you're exactly right. Like, 10 is so serious that now that I'm playing it now, I'm like, all right, it's kind of fun to go through Spira and sort of hang out with all the weird characters instead of all, like, the dramatic, I'm going to wear silver hair and turn into an angel and murder you characters.
Yeah.
Gee, who are you talking about?
Seymour Guado. It had been so long since I had heard that voice that my roommate was playing 10, and I was like, oh my god, I forgot how goofy
he sounds ridiculous.
He's like, I am Seymour. I'm so not evil. Oh boy.
That Potbelly gives it away, though.
Like that guy in Terrabell.
He eats like baked potatoes and baby souls or something. Like, no, very starchy diet.
Wow. Speaking of great segues and starchy diets, that Danganronpa 2 track, that is such an interesting song. You know, I've only played a little bit of Danganronpa 1 because I was finally convinced to do so. It's sort of like with 999. I was so resistant for some ridiculous reason, and like I never got around to it. And then finally, I think Derek convinced me to play it. And then I was sort of in love with that series for about 2 months while I finished both of them.
Yeah.
And I feel like I keep hearing that this is the same deal, that Danganronpa sort of has a slow burn of an intro, but then becomes crazy and awesome when you play it.
That's probably my biggest, like, I ended up liking the first game better than the second, which is different for most people. And I think what it was the first game, everything was new for me, and I liked the characters better. Going into the second, it has a slow start, and the pacing is a little off. And that kind of can be, like, the first few cases aren't that great, but then I think it's like you get past that third case, and you're like, holy, I can't put this down. Like, it's so good as you go through this. And like this song, like you get it from the beginning, but like it was the first time like I kept stopping and I kept telling her like, God, I really like this music. Like, it's so silly, like this track in particular, but yet I kept that track stayed in my head throughout the whole time. And every time I think of that game, I think of that track, which is like, all right, if it's making that big of an impact, I cannot not use that for this list. So
yeah,
it
absolutely
definitely has that zany Danganronpa feel for it, which is what I love about it.
Yeah, like having even only played like, you know, I think I'm maybe about 2 hours into the first one, and I heard this and I was like, this is absolutely Danganronpa. Like, it's interesting when your art and your music can convey the tone of your game so closely that even without me having much familiarity with it, I'm like, oh, this is definitely in keeping with the aesthetic of this.
Well, that's what's great about it too, is like Danganronpa is like, the premise is so messed up. Like, these kids are on an island and basically like forced to kill each other if they choose that route. But like, what's great about it too is what keeps it so it's not so grim and hard to take is that it's bonkers crazy. And I think this track right here is just like proof of like how can you take, like, this is not going to be too dark because there are going to be jokes and funny moments along the way, and that's what I appreciate about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the weird duality is what makes Danganronpa so compelling. Like, 1 second somebody's cracking weird jokes about like food or I don't know. Like, there's a character in Danganronpa 2 that loves talking about. He's like, I can't wait to go take a crap. I almost said the word.
I like that self-censoring. Good work, Derek.
It was actually really close there. I almost did. And he's such a bizarre character, but he's actually that particular character was one of my favorites and is super likable. So you have somebody being like, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then 2 seconds later it's like, oh, one of these people was horribly murdered. Let's find out what happened. So it's so strange, but it works, and I didn't think it would.
Yeah.
Especially with like the style is very strange because they do like the blood is pink, and it's, I don't know, like it's so surreal that it works somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I don't know what order you're putting these in, Steven, but if the other segment already came, I played all of Danganronpa 2 in like 2 days. I sat down. Gosh. I had to do all of it. I was like, I can't stop. It's just, they're so compelling. But I think Kim is right, actually. They're both really, really good, but I think after you play Danganronpa 1, you have an idea of what kind of things can happen.
Mm-hmm.
So Danganronpa 2 is a little bit more like, all right, what kind of crazy things are going to happen? Let's make some predictions. And then I wouldn't say that I guessed the twists, but I just think there's a little bit less of a surprise to the things that happen in Danganronpa 2, because you're like, all right, anything can happen. So, but they're so good. And the music is really wacky. And I'm glad that you picked a more lighthearted and silly track, because I picked some kind of dramatic ones in mine.
Oh, you with the dramatics.
That's me.
Speaking of which, actually, I wanted to put a Persona Q song on here, but there are so many people who picked that, including you, Derek.
But somebody else on this show has really good taste, so
Thank you, Derek. It's very nice of you to say.
I just want to give it some props. I mean, all the Persona games have great music, so it shouldn't be a shocker that I'm picky. I want to give props again to Persona.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know, we talked about how we wanted to bring up Persona Q. We've played so much of it already that, you know, we didn't want to, you know, inundate people with it. But it's like, I think you picked Maze of Life, and that's actually the exact track that Derek picked. But it's like, I think the fact that so many people, like, we're doing our Music of the Year, like, write-ups and the podcast and stuff, and, like, almost everybody has a Persona Q track. And I think we sort of talked about that. It's awesome because, you know, they've been sort of not that it's bad that they've been, you know, using the Persona 4 material so frequently, because Persona 4 is amazing, but, you know, they've been using it so much that we're all sort of like, all right, we want new Persona material. And Persona Q is at once like so in that Persona style, but also its own new thing that I think it's just like so good to listen to.
Oh yeah. And the Persona tracks always do such a good job at like conveying like personality, and I feel like Maze of Life, what I picked, like you start the game and you're like, all right, let's do this.
Yep.
It's the perfect intro to that story. I remember at E3 last year, I think the song had like sort of just come out and the game wasn't even close to out, and Derek and I knew the words well enough to sing it in the hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, so cute.
Right?
We are, aren't we? Thank you.
Adorable.
Well, on that adorable note, Kim, thank you so much for taking your time to join us for Music of the Year. I know you're too busy writing awesome cover stories at Game Informer, so we appreciate you taking your time to join us. And
It's so nice to talk to you.
Yes.
Have you?
It's
Thanks
awesome
for
to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was fun. I need to do this more often.
You're always welcome. We do tons of episodes, so if you ever want to talk about some kind of music, like Kingdom Hearts music, feel free to join us.
Oh, we will.
So for Derek and Mike, everyone, thanks for listening. And Kim, once again, thank you for joining us. And listeners, continue listening. We've got still more coming in Music of the Year. And welcome back, everybody, to RPG Fan and Rhythm Encounter's Music of the Year Extravaganza Mega Celebration. We are finally recording our final guest segment, and we saved the best for last. Joining us for this segment, we have the wonderful Emily Reese, on-air host of Classical Minnesota Public Radio, as well as host and champion, I'm adding that one, of the Top Score podcast. Emily, hello.
Hello. How are you?
Wonderful, thank you. And also joining us is my stalwart co-host.
Hey, Caitlin Argyros here. Also, big thanks and hello to Emily as well.
Hello, Caitlin. Hello.
So, for those of you who are unaware, listeners, Top Score is this really great podcast and one of the shows that actually inspired Rhythm Encounter. So, Emily chats with a ton of really talented composers about their experience writing for games, and in my opinion, forgive me for maybe massaging your ego here, I think one of the really great forces at work right now, fostering appreciation not only for game music as it appears in games, but also in the art and appreciation of the medium. And that, you've spoken to heavyweights, I will say, like Enon Zur, Jason Graves, Jack Wall, Jesper Kidd, and you actually spoke to our buddy Jason Napolitano, who was actually earlier on. We had him on an earlier segment.
Cool. Yeah, and Jason's great.
Yeah, he's such an enthusiast, and he talked, and I'm sort of embarrassed, but I also am glad. All of our guests are so much better at speaking about music than we are. But it's awesome because Jason came on, and we were talking before the show too, and just everybody has such great things to say, and it's wonderful to have you here to celebrate all of the huge amount of excellent game music that came out in 2014.
Oh, I'm happy to be here. Yeah, there was a lot of great music last year. It was a weird year, but it was a good year.
That's a good way to describe it. What's funny is actually we originally, when we first talked about your picks, you had selected the Dragon Age Inquisition main theme, and so I think we made a good call having that earlier in the show because I've had a ton of people select that song, so clearly that needed to be represented here. So
yeah, definitely. It was, people have talked about it already, but it was a really great theme. It was like it was a good fit.
Yeah, it was well suited to that game, and I think also I really liked the sort of vocal work they did with it. In that sequence in the game when everyone starts singing the lyrics to it. It's just really a really cohesive piece that I liked a lot.
Yes, me too.
So let's go ahead and start talking about your picks. And the first two you've selected, you actually recently spoke to Peter McConnell about his work on the remastered Grim Fandango soundtrack, which I'm so excited to hear.
Oh, so amazing. Yeah, I didn't know if I could pick a remastered soundtrack or not. Of course, that would be this year. That's this year. But yeah, Peter McConnell's awesome.
Yes, absolutely. And hey, you'll just have to come back next year and we can talk about Grim Fandango then.
Yes, and, there's other things too. Hearthstone, he wrote the Hearthstone music, which was fabulous. And we'll have an episode with him on that on Top Score coming up too. But the Hearthstone music was great too. I mean, Peter is just... He's kind of the creme de la creme,
Yeah, we were talking before the show just about how even the diversity within one game is great that Peter can do.
Yes.
And in fact, your first pick, as a matter of segue, you picked a track from Broken Age, which on your Music of the Year show, you actually mentioned that Broken Age was underappreciated, and I sort of cheered in my seat. I was like, yes, Broken Age is wonderful. I'm always talking about how wonderful that game is, and I think the music is a big part.
Yeah, I think, and honestly, I think that kind of suffered as a result of coming out so early last year. I think that can be really tricky. I wonder if that game had come out toward the end of the year, if it had been more at the forefront of everyone's minds, because I think that everyone who you talk to that played the game, that knows about the game, loved that music. I think it was just kind of forgotten about, quite honestly.
No,
there were
absolutely.
A lot of really great scores that were forgotten about this year, but
yeah, and that's
one of them.
That's actually part of what we've been trying to do with our Music of the Year too. Is we're when we were first plotting and everyone was thinking of what they were going to pick, it was like, wow, was Broken Age this year? It feels like it was so long ago, and
it was almost a year ago.
Yeah, it's just crazy how it's not that much time, but it's enough that it feels so much more distant, and people sort of forget, I think.
Yep.
So, what's the track you picked from Broken Age for us to listen to?
What is the name of the track I picked? I know what the track is. I can't remember the name of it. What did it?
It is a wonderful track called Shay's Secret Mission.
Shay's Secret Mission. Okay, this is why I picked Shay's Secret Mission. Okay, so if you played Broken Age, you know that there's a terrestrial side and a space side. So Vela lives on, I don't know if it's Earth or whatever, and then Shay lives in a spaceship, right? And so to highlight that, Peter used orchestra mostly, or, acoustic instruments, let's say, for Vela, and he used electronics for Shay. And I've long admired Peter's instrumental work, like acoustic, any kind of acoustic instrument. It doesn't even have to be orchestra. It could be his guitar music on Hearthstone, which he plays all that himself, or whatever. But I'd never really spent a lot of time listening to anything that he did electronic-wise, and it's just great. It's just so good. I mean, you'd think that that's what he spends all his time doing.
he makes it look effortless.
Yeah, I mean, I was just really blown away because sometimes, I mean, there are people who excel, with acoustic instruments, and there are people who excel with synths and electronics and pedals and amps and all of that gear, and they don't always meet in the middle, I mean, they're very specialized things, and just the fact that I just think it's really great. I mean, I don't know. I should be surprised. I mean, Peter McConnell is he's the real deal. He is the real deal.
My very technical response to that is heck yeah.
I know. I just pull the string in my back and let go, and that's all you need to do. Yeah.
And then, so right after Shay's Secret Mission, you also picked Persistent Impulse from a game that I think is chronically underappreciated, Borderlands pre-sequel.
Yes, Borderlands the pre-sequel. Well, I mean, the game. Okay. Let's just talk about the music. I love the Borderlands games, totally, no question about it. And Jesper Kyd, anybody who pays any attention to me knows that again, huge fan. And again, the real deal. I mean, Jesper's been in the business since he didn't even have facial hair, basically. Like,
that's the best expression I've heard all day.
Yes.
the European demo scene, I mean, which I don't think people know too much about. I don't know, maybe people do. What do I know? But that demo scene was so huge, especially even in Denmark, and that was just that's what he ate and dreamt about and slept, and that's what he lived. And I don't know, he just brings all that experience. And so, that aside, his Borderlands the pre-sequel music is just so good. And here, this is another example of this soundtrack was completely electronic. Every single note in that is electronic, which is not normal for the Borderlands soundtracks. The first two had the dobro guitar and, that kind of Western gritty feel to it on top of the electronics.
Yeah.
And so Jesper just really got to let he has an amazing studio just full of the most amazing analog synths, and he just got to let them all rip. And this Persistent Impulse track, it just proves that Jesper is kind of like the king of groove. he just the groove in this song is so amazing. So yeah, Jesper, he's the man.
It sort of reminds me, this soundtrack actually sort of reminds me, you were saying, he got to let loose with his style. It's sort of like when Nobuo Uematsu went freelance and started doing albums or work for games that were not specifically Square Enix and Final Fantasy. Yeah, and you saw him doing so much more rock music, and just wailing guitars have become sort of his style. And I get the sense that he's making the music that he always just wanted to do and was just on the cusp of making.
Yeah, exactly. But what's really fascinates me about Jesper, and it's something that to me seems like such an obvious fit that it never occurred to me. But I talked to him several months ago, and he said, I've never done a sci-fi score. Now, you could argue that Borderlands is sci-fi, but we're talking 2001: A Space Odyssey kind of sci-fi,
Yeah.
or Aliens kind of sci-fi. Done a soundtrack like hardcore, like Blade Runner kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just fascinating to me because I don't know. I mean, I chose the year before last, Darksiders 2 was hands
That was a
down
great soundtrack.
one of my favorites. And if it hadn't been for, was that last year or the year before? Wait, that might have been the year before. That might have been 2013.
Oh gosh, I know I reviewed it.
Yeah, I know.
reviewed it, but I
And
can't remember
that's
when.
another fabulous example of like how his style is. He has such a distinct voice. Like, to me, I can hear a song and be like, that's totally Jesper.
Yeah.
But it never takes away from its effectiveness in the game. You know what I mean? Like, it's still just so perfect. Like, the second I started playing Darksiders 2, I was like, oh, there's nothing else that could be put in this score right now. Like, this is the perfect music for this experience right now. And
Absolutely.
Jesper's great. So, yeah.
Well, awesome. With that,
everybody needs to listen to that whole soundtrack. Borderlands the pre-sequel, man. That is a great soundtrack. Yeah.
I would agree. Yes.
I'm always singing the praises of Borderlands, and I would love to get people listening to more of the music. We actually played some Borderlands 2 music on the show a few months ago.
Oh, sweet.
But before we go any further, let's go ahead and take a listen to Shay's Secret Mission and Persistent Impulse. You know, one of the things that I really love about the Broken Age soundtrack, and you sort of touched on this, Emily, is that I feel like the music is used to highlight the differences in circumstances between the two characters. You know, with Shay being on a spaceship and Vela being, well, where Vela is.
Yeah.
And I feel like the music is a huge part of that game's character. And this song, just to again, my technical terminology in music is not quite up to snuff, but the plucky strings and that piano note just gives me the sense of just you tiptoeing around as Shay trying to avoid mom computer, and just the guitar hits in the middle remind me of like a spy movie, and I feel like it's the song Shay would have in his head while he's sneaking around trying to find something exciting and hiding from mom.
Yeah, and Peter, to me, is so good at capturing those kinds of characteristics, that kind of emotion, that curiosity, and one of the things that it seems like he and I always end up talking about whenever we chat is Looney Tunes. Carl Stalling, the composer for many, 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 many of the cartoons that we all grew up watching, the opera ones and all those fabulous Looney Tune cartoons.
Magic Helmet?
Yeah, it's just BOA Magic Helmet. Yeah, all of that stuff. And Carl Stalling, just that influence, and how one of the things that Peter talks about when he talks about Carl Stalling is how in opera, like with real people, Puccini or Verdi or Wagner or any of these, Rossini or Beethoven, they don't score things like eyebrows moving up and down or a tail twitching. That kind of detail can't really happen on the stage because you can't zoom in on it, right? But when you have something like a cartoon, you can zoom in on a rabbit and have the eyebrows move up and down and have little, bells tinkle or something like that. And it's those kinds of things that I think Peter brings that kind of sensitivity to a lot of his music, even when he's not scoring directly to picture. A lot of the Grimm music was, to picture like you would in a movie. But that's not the case with Broken Age. But still, it's that same kind of curiosity with the music, the playfulness in the music that I think resonates really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I talk about my favorite track on that soundtrack is so brief, but it's March in the Clouds. And I feel like it's absolutely an example of what we're talking about here with just the character and the sort of playfulness being in the song. It's amazing how well it captures not only what's happening on the screen in the game at the time, but just the characters that are making it happen.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that you bring up playfulness and the idea of a cartoon, because I'm listening to it and I'm like, that sounds familiar. That almost sounds like Sly Cooper.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a second, he did Sly Cooper too. Mind blown.
Yeah, exactly. And Sly, I love those soundtracks so much because it's like you're playing a cartoon.
Yeah.
Isn't that what we all wanted to do always anyway? I mean, like, it's a sensitivity and an attention to detail that, I think gets lost a lot because there's that you are constantly in video games running that risk of hearing something over and over and over and over again and getting sick of it. And so I think that prevents a lot of composers from taking risks and including just doing more experimentation in music that will play over and over and over again. You know what I mean? Chris Velasco does something really cool where he, after he finishes a cue, he'll just put it on loop and listen to it for like the whole day.
Wow.
So that if something starts to bother him, he changes it.
That's really interesting.
That's really fascinating to me. And of course, not every composer is built that way or can function that way, but it's just that whole idea of, Peter just still manages to have all these colors and all these elements, and you just never get sick of hearing it.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Sorry, I'm rambling so much.
No, this is exactly what we want to talk about. It's great stuff.
We are a pro rambling podcast.
Excellent.
Yes. Especially when the rambling is as eloquent as yours. So
yeah, and now that we've talked about Shay's secret mission and everyone's heard it, and it's I think there might be acoustic sounds in that particular track, but there are some purely electronic tracks in Broken Age that are, just amazing. So, yeah.
There's a lot of really great contrasts between the two. I guess I'll call them halves of the story and the soundtrack.
Yeah, definitely. Yet there's still cohesion, right? I mean, that's what's beautiful. Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
And I'm super glad you picked Broken Age. I'm glad we got
Happy to help. Yes.
And so Persistent Impulse, actually. So I'm actually sort of in the process of playing Borderlands, the pre-sequel, My Best Friend.
Okay.
And I'm a huge fan of Borderlands 1 and 2, and I love the music. And we were talking about this a little bit before we listened, but this is sort of, I think this reflects the change in setting really well. For me, it's like, you've had that sort of Western influence to it before, but now it's like you have this like gritty, crunchy, industrial tech sound to everything. And, I feel like Borderlands is this really interesting mashup of humor with sort of quote-unquote serious sci-fi.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason that it's successful in that regard is that you have this music that sort of does a great job of capturing those serious aspects, but there's playfulness to the music.
Yeah.
Even if it's heavy playfulness, it sort of captures that weird tongue-in-cheek vibe that Borderlands has going on. And this one in particular, just for a game where basically the box art is somebody floating through space and the main mechanic is bouncing around in low gravity, I feel like this is just dead on with that.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, Jesper is the kind of composer who can like hit record and just like improvise an amazing track. And he actually hit that one of my favorite tracks in Darksiders 2. When I interviewed him about it, I was like, dude, what's up with Crystal Spire? That song's amazing.
Oh my gosh, that song is so good.
And he goes, yeah, I kind of just improvised that whole thing. And I'm like, what? But that's the kind of, that's the caliber of composer we're dealing with here.
that's the level of artistry that you get.
Yeah,
with talent.
And I love that you kind of hear that happening too. You can hear these things unfolding. These improvisational things that he'll do, and he also loves to play with time and twist and weave motives around and kind of trick you into thinking that the beat is somewhere else, and I really appreciate that about him. Yeah. Absolutely.
And, what I'm always impressed with, too, is, like you mentioned, he's so prolific. It's sort of like Yuzo Koshiro. He's been around since the 80s, too, and I'm consistently amazed by his work and kids' work. It just...
Yeah.
How diverse it can sound. I think the first time I was really becoming aware of his work was with the Assassin's Creed games.
Yeah.
And
same here.
I didn't necessarily enjoy playing Assassin's Creed, but I really enjoyed watching my roommates play it and just hearing the music and just being so impressed by the style that this music had. Because that's another weird fusion of, you have sort of, ancient history with modern sci-fi. And I think the music reflects that really well.
Yeah, and, there have been a lot of great composers that have worked on Assassin's Creed since, but Chris Velasco, for instance, just did the latest DLC, and it's fabulous. But, to me, that was the biggest mistake they ever made with that series, was not bringing him back. And again, I say that with the utmost respect for Lauren Balfe, and, anybody else I've ever interviewed about Assassin's Creed, I have the utmost respect for the music they wrote for it and everything, but it was just kind of a tragedy. And I think a lot of people still aren't really over that.
Yeah, the style and sound definitely changes. I really like Winifred Phillips' score for I think Liberation. I love that one too.
Yeah.
But it definitely has a style that is hard to emulate.
Well, and I could argue that she did emulate that sound on her soundtrack, and that could be, part of the reason why it sounds so great. I mean, obviously she's talented. I don't want to take away from that, but it's
but absolutely, it's strong source material to start with. We're actually interviewing Winifred Phillips, and we have a question that sort of talks about coming in after Jesper Kyd on Assassin's Creed, like what that experience is like. As a composer, it's got to be nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it must be a very daunting challenge to take over the reins, even for a game like Liberation, which was not a main entry in the series.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course it can't be because it had a woman protagonist.
Right.
They would never get a main entry in the series.
And what's funny is that I don't especially love the series in terms of gameplay, but like she had an interesting storyline too, and I remember hearing that there was this whole like push to have her included in the main game because people liked her so much. But we won't talk about Ubisoft's gaffes at this juncture.
It's hard to animate female characters. Of course it is.
They do a fine job of animating the females in Far Cry 4.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I got no complaints about that, but I mean, it's just, that's whatever.
One of those weird businessy things that doesn't translate well to human interaction.
Yeah, that whole franchise, Assassin's Creed, man, it's an interest. They lost me.
Yes.
I mean, they had me back for Black Flag, and then after all that fallout of I was done.
There are a lot of good reasons to have been lost.
Yeah.
not to tease them too hard, but
I
think we're on the same page here.
Yeah.
So speaking of being on the same page,
yes.
So your next two tracks, actually, one of them is from Destiny, and it's called Deconstruction. And I would love to hear your thoughts on that one, because Destiny is a soundtrack. I know you're a fan of it, Caitlin.
Yes.
And, I played the beta, and I sort of enjoyed it, but never really got into the game. But the music is just fantastic.
You're probably going to live a longer life for never having gotten in the game. This game has shortened my life by many years. Bungie, thank you for. But in fact, they lost me too. I've actually probably cut in half the amount I played Destiny in the last couple of weeks. But that soundtrack. Where to even start? But let's start with Deconstruction, because that's the track we're going to talk about. This was done by C. Paul Johnson, which I found out because you told me about this amazing website, which you might as well give a shout out to, VGMDB.org.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we use VGMDB for every facet of RPG fan music,
And I will now too. Yeah, it's amazing.
If you're not familiar with it, it's basically the Wikipedia of game and anime soundtracks. It's all basically created by the community, but there's such an attention to detail and to consistency. You'll have people on here that are like, hey, the liner notes for this album didn't include who did the saxophone part for this one song. Let me go ask on Twitter. And they'll find it, and they'll put it in the notes. So, and that kind of archival work is so important.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah. You can't have that for films nowadays. There are just old films that we'll never know who the key grip or something was.
Exactly.
We did at MagFest. We did an interview with the Beep Game Sound documentary crew, and Karen Collins actually talked about that too. We're in this sort of weird position where most of the major players in gaming are still alive, so we need to take this stuff down as best as we can.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
So that's our plug to VGMDB.
That's how I found out. Yeah, I was pretty sure that Marty hadn't written it, but I wasn't sure. So in any event, C. Paul Johnson wrote the track, and it's called Deconstruction, and it's super short. And it ends as a full piece, but begins as fragments of that piece. That probably is the best way to make it make sense. But it's only a minute and a half long. But it's just this twisting, turning, synth thing that I just love. I love. And you only hear it when you're in the tower, and they have that track turned down more than any other track in the game, and it bums me out so much because it's too quiet. I want to hear it louder. And somebody on YouTube put it on a 60-hour loop or something like that, and I love that person.
That's one of my favorite things about YouTube. If I ever hear a sound clip or a short song, I'm like, I bet on YouTube there's a 10-hour loop of this.
Yeah.
That's how I have my 10-hour loop of Dr. Farnsworth and Futurama in the Disco Dome,
Oh
or the
my
Chamber
God.
of Contemplation. It's just wonderful.
Hilarious. Yeah. Yeah.
So after Deconstruction, we have a track from a game we've never featured on the show. So woo! I always celebrate when we have games we've never featured. And
Yeah.
this is Valley of the Blinding, which I believe you said is the credits theme to The Vanishing of Ethan Carter.
Yes, it's the credits song, and I didn't play Ethan Carter. I watched a lot of Ethan Carter, and I listened to the soundtrack, obviously, or I listened to segments of the soundtrack when I had a chance to do a print interview with Mikolaj Strawinski. But this last song, I think what made me love it even more was his answer. Because the song doesn't have words. It's just like she's just like mouthing things, just like syllables. It's like you kind of think it has words until you really start paying attention and you realize she's not saying words. But what he says about that is that he likes to avoid lyrics in general because it allows the listener, in his words, the listener can fill it in with his own content. And I just love that. And he takes that concept from Count Basie, and to be fair, about every other composer before Count Basie who chose to focus on silence in music. That silence in music is just as important as the sound in music. And, just like Mikolaj saying, I don't need to give you words for you to fill in your own blanks here. And it's a lovely song. So
Before we talk about them any further, let's go ahead and take a listen to Deconstruction and Valley of the Blinding. So, deconstruction is interesting for the reasons you mentioned, Emily, but also for me, I played a lot of a strategy game called Endless Space, and I cannot remember the name of the composer, but it's this sort of beautiful space civilization type game that's very contemplative and thoughtful, and a lot of the music reminds me of deconstruction, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Destiny is a very space-bound game, and just the simplicity of this song and sort of the tone, the quality of the sound just really gives me this sort of, this is the place of contemplation or meditation, and I love this sort of, all I can call it is spacey, but that is the impression it gives me.
I just really enjoy the cyclic part of it, just how it just rotates around itself, and how the bass it's like contrapuntal almost. It's kind of like counterpoint where these two voices are just working and weaving, and I like it. I like the way it makes me feel.
Yeah, I like how it starts off very simple and then builds. It's like you're right. It keeps going around and around in a circle, and every time it goes around, something new or more complex is added until finally you get the big picture. And deconstruction is a really apt name for this track.
Yeah. Or it could be called reconstruction, really. Yeah. Because, I mean, it's a cool piece for sure. Yeah, I wish I could hear it more in the game. Just
yeah. Music is like the best part. I'd say the music and the art direction for the game were like the best parts of that game.
Oh yeah.
For me, anyway.
Yeah. I think the hand cannons are the best part.
I like the sound of deconstruction as I use my hand cannon.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Fabulous.
I like explosive rounds.
Those are great. I like those in Borderlands as well, speaking of games with explosive rounds.
Yes, every game should have explosive rounds. Actually, Borderlands is the game that really got me addicted to being a sniper.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, because I played Mordecai the first two games, yeah. Well, not the second game, it wasn't Mordecai, but yeah, the first game, yeah.
I was very sad about how things worked out with Bloodwing.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Thanks, Steven. Now I'm sad.
Bringing down the night.
We have a lot of editors at RPG Fan that, sort of either are not fans of Borderlands or just aren't fans of the story, and I really feel like Borderlands 2 takes that silliness and, like, occasionally it's sort of like Futurama or like Scrubs, where, like, they do all this serious stuff, but then or the silly stuff, but then occasionally they just punch you in the gut with something.
Yes.
Like the Tiny Tina DLC.
Oh my goodness, the end of that DLC is. I played a song from that DLC and talked about how Borderlands does not get the credit it deserves for how nuanced some of the writing is. Some of the writing is silly internet meme writing, but then the key parts really get it.
Yeah, they really do. And I'm sorry, but the part where Scooter has you get out the stuff for the poem, and he writes the poem, and you have to give it to Daisy, and she just shuts the door and shoots herself. That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in anything in my life. Like, I can pull that clip up if I'm having a bad day and just end up in tears of laughter at the end.
I played the entire game with three friends. We played on Skype. We would play every night, and we got to that part, and we're normally loud and yelling at each other and having drinks or doing whatever we're doing, and we're watching this because we always are dead silent when Scooter's on screen because we're like, we got to hear what he has to say.
Yeah.
That's happening, and it is the rare moment of the four of us just dead silent. Like, what is happening? And then all of a sudden, just explosive laughter, and it's like, wow.
Oh, it's the best. It's the best. I can't even. I've probably watched that scene more than almost any other scene in any video game. That and the Reaper scene, the Sovereign scene in Mass Effect. I like to watch that from time to time.
Oh, man. That is a great one, too.
Excellent.
Music behind that, too. Not to take us too far off topic, but I think my favorite scene in Borderlands 2 is at the end when you open the gate to go fight Handsome Jack, and Claptrap's like, "We're gonna get him!" and then the door opens really slowly, and it's a giant staircase,
Yes.
And they give you the payoff of a joke they set up at the very beginning of this 50-hour game. Stairs, no.
Yeah, that's so great. That's so great. Yeah, it's good stuff. I have a Borderlands poster hanging in my living room.
Thumbs up. I don't even have one of those. I should.
Yeah.
So the last track you picked, Valley of the Blinding, I've played very little of Ethan Carter. I played basically the beginning, and I definitely got a sense of the kind of game they were building, where it's this sort of really contemplative, quiet type experience that I think challenges you to read a lot of your own perspective and thoughts into what you're seeing and exploring, because it's very understated.
Yeah.
And so when you talk about the singer just sort of singing syllables but not actually words, it brings up this interesting argument that I have a lot of why I don't often listen to music with words. I mean, I do, and I love good lyrics. Certainly, but for me, a lot of the musical experience comes around what I'm putting into it as a listener in terms of my own head and how I'm, seeing it. So, like, when I take a list of my favorite game music and go work out at the gym, it's like, I'm imagining myself as the hero, or I'm imagining, something. I'm reading myself into that music. So it's really interesting that they would do this with the vocals, and it reminds me, and this is actually the Persona series. I've heard this sort of myth, and I don't know if it's true, and we actually are interviewing the writer of the song to ask if it's true, but there's this sense, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the song Mass Destruction, but it has vocals that are sort of really fast and really hard to understand, and they're sort of English, but very intentionally like Englishy type English that doesn't sound right. Yeah. And part of what I've heard is that the vocals are written in such a way that they are in your subconscious, that it's just the sounds you're hearing in your head as these characters are doing the things in the story. And that's really interesting to me, because the whole game is about your inner self, your persona. Yeah. So I'm really interested to find out, because if that's the case, it's sort of a similar tack to here, where you are reading meaning into these quote-unquote lyrics.
Yeah, and I mean, seriously, the first two vocalizations she makes, if you're not paying attention, you think she's saying things, which is really cool, because she's not just saying ooh and ah and la and whatever. I mean, it's like she's vocalizing something, just not words.
It's sort of the voice as an instrument, but not for lyrics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Makes me want to play the game. I need to get around to that someday.
Yeah, I know. Put it on the list, right?
Yeah, my endless list that I think I get more games than I finish.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's because, look, I get addicted to a game. I stumbled into all of this. Like, I didn't set out to be, like a spokesperson for video game music. That wasn't really what my intention was. I was just a gamer who really dug the music, and so when I play games, I'm not always very good at being like, well, I really should play this other game. Like reviewers are really good at that, I think. Like reviewers who are good reviewers are able to be like, I need to review this game tomorrow. I need to play these games. Yeah. I get addicted. I'll get into a game for a few months, and then I'll just be like done with it. Then I'll move on to the next,
Wring every last bit of entertainment out of it. I
try.
I'm in like a weird position, because I do reviews of games for RPG Fan, but then on the other hand, there was this period of time where I first started and I was only reviewing games that I was already playing. And then it got to the point where I was like taking assignments for the site. They're like, hey, we have a copy of this game, we need to review it. Yep. And so like I entered this weird period for like 2 years where I was like not playing anything unless I was reviewing it.
Oh, yeah,
I was not enjoying things as much as a result, because I was like, as a graduate student, too, I'm trying to separate my critical side from the side of me that just wants to enjoy something.
Yes.
And so, like, I've sort of gotten away from it lately, where it's, sort of I'll take longer between reviews and think about them a lot more. But it's, when your goal is to play a lot of games, it can be hard both from I'm playing this for fun and from I'm reviewing this perspective.
Yes. And in that regard, I think it's good that Bungie keeps making the mistakes they're making with Destiny, because it's forced me to like stop mainlining it so much. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't envy the position they're in. They're sort of in a similar position that Blizzard was / maybe is, depending on your perspective, with Diablo 3, where that came out and was sort of not really well regarded. And then they've been rebuilding it, and people are dumping tons of hours into it, myself included.
Oh,
but
Diablo 3, oh my god. Yeah.
It's just, it's you make those mistakes, and it's a weird type of thing where you have this live game that's being updated all the time, and you make a mistake, and half your base quits because you wasted their time.
Yeah, I mean, believe me, I'm still playing a lot of it. I'm just not playing it nonstop anymore. Like, I'm putting a lot more time into other games as well, and like when my friends are on and we want to do the raid, or if we have something specific we want to do, we do it. Yeah, we definitely do it. But I'm done with the grinding, and I'll definitely, well, I don't know about definitely, but I would imagine I'll come back in May when the DLC comes. And that's fine, but I'm not going to grind for the next 3 months until the DLC comes out.
That's a remarkably similar story to my relationship with Final Fantasy XIV, where I played nonstop with Caitlin and some of our other editor friends, and we played tons and tons and tons, and I sort of dropped off, and I was like, oh, I don't want to grind. And now it's like whenever a patch comes out with new stuff, I hop on for a week, I do all of it, and then I'm like, all right, I'll see you guys in 3 months.
Yeah.
And we're like, bye, Steb.
Yeah. Yep. It was just interesting because the first raid, the Vault of Glass, I didn't have all the equipment I still don't. There's a couple guns I'm missing, but I didn't have all of the stuff until after this last DLC came out, after this newest raid came out. And I started doing the new raid, and we started beating the new raid. Well, we started cheesing it. We beat them legit first, but then once we realized we could cheese it, we cheesed it every opportunity we had. And I ended up getting like all the gear, all the guns. I mean, I'm missing a couple of things, but seriously, like, it's not worth it. I mean, depending on who you're with, those raids, you can be in the raid for 4 hours and not beat Crota, or you can be in it for 20 minutes and beat him, depending on who you're with. And I'm more fulfilled not grinding.
Yeah.
I completely agree.
I think if the foundation was stronger for the game, if you had more of an incentive to be putting in hours.
More content.
Yeah.
Yeah,
more places to go, more things to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I always sort of imagine that game as being like this vast, gigantic experience, and from what I hear,
Skyrim in space or something.
Well, that's the way they kind of, presented it when they were, at E3 and whatnot, and that's what everyone got excited about, and then it turned out to be a lot smaller and shorter than everyone thought.
Way small, yeah, and short. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made that they want it to be this, ongoing thing, and that it'll reach that point somewhere down the line. But then there's the argument that, oh, hey, I paid $60 for this game, and I feel like I should have only spent $30 on it for how much time I can spend with it.
Well, not to mention the fact that it's a $500 million game that plays like a $50 million game.
Right.
Wow.
And I mean, the problem is that they probably spent about $400 million on marketing, $50 million on Paul McCartney, and $50 million on the game. That's where all that money went, and it's like, it's so frustrating because I just feel like the way these AAA games are pushed and sold in advance before they're even sold, it's just wrecked everything. Like, if you can imagine, if they had spent half as much on marketing as they spent, they could have made 50% better of a game, in my opinion.
50% more of a game, no less, too.
Exactly. I mean, it's just like, what is wrong with you? And the thing is, too, this is because I kind of made a similar joke, Caitlin, is like, you can make the argument that they've said all along Destiny is a 10-year plan. And so I said that to one of my friends the other night, and he's like, yeah, and $1,000 investment from all of us. Like, if you think about it, if I'm pumping money into Destiny over the next 10 years, it's going to cost me a fortune. And it's like,
you really convinced me I need to spend that much money.
Yeah, exactly. Because not only did I spend $60 on the game, but then you got to buy the DLC too. So I've already spent like $30 more on the season pass. So right there, I spent $90 on their game. just right out of the gate. And I spent $90 on a game where you really can grind through the entire story in one day.
Yes.
That is... There aren't words. I just had to hold back so many cuss words for that. Are you kidding me? You spent $500 million on that game, and I can grind through the story in one day.
There are indie developers that make games for $5,000 that last longer.
Yes! Yeah. I still play the hell out of it because the shooting mechanics are absolutely fabulous. Like the grenade, when I throw the grenade, it goes exactly where I want the grenade to go. I mean, there's some. It's like Borderlands without the humor. It's great. It's super fun, but I mean, it's just not what I was told it was going to be.
From what I understand, there needs to be more to it.
Yeah.
It's just like life. You know, everybody's like, life is great, and then you like live life, and you're like.
I feel like all I did was grind for 60,000.
I just grind every day in it.
Life's a grind, man.
Rhythm Encounter Music of the Year, bringing you your dark
exactly
of the day.
Hilarious.
Well, I think that pretty much wraps us up. And again, Emily, I know I've said it multiple times, but thank you so much for joining us. You know, we fought through some tech and timing issues to be here, and it's as I said, I was listening to your show before this was even a show that we started the show last year or 2 years ago now. Gosh, and you know, so it's wonderful to have you on the show. When I'm like, well, it's here partially because of you anyway. So
thank you. That's amazing.
And again, to the listeners, Top Score is a great show. It's for me, it's fun to listen to as an enthusiast, as just somebody who likes games and likes game audio, but also from, again, that sort of higher-minded, you know, archival and art appreciation of an art form. There's a lot to be said for talking to the creators of the music that we love so much. So definitely check out Top Score. You know, Emily is on Twitter. I believe it's Top Score Podcast. Is that right?
Twitter
Yes.
And Facebook. Yep.
So definitely check out Emily's show if you're a fan of Rhythm Encounter and you're not already listening to it. And again, Emily, thank you so much for joining us for Music of the Year.
Yes, thank you.
Such a pleasure. Thank you both very much for having me.
Our pleasure.
Yes, the pleasure is ours.
And for the listeners, keep on going because we've got a few last segments to go through. I feel like I've been saying that for weeks, and I have been, but we are nearing the finale.
That one glass made the path we took. Who knows?